Soundbooth Theater presents Forging Zero, The Legend of Zero, Book 1. Written by Sara King. Narrated by Jeff Hayes. Chapter 1. An Alien Mistake. Joe Dobbs was 14 when Congress discovered Earth. The day they set their ships down in Washington, Joe found it hard to move from the TV. His whole family, from his little brother Sam to his great-aunt Lucy, even his dad's old Marine buddies who came over for beer on Fridays, all of them huddled together in his parents' living room, attention locked on the broadcasts from all over the world. Outside Joe's house, there was relative silence. Nobody was driving. Nobody was playing football or going to the zoo or having picnics in the San Diego sun. Everybody was inside their homes, watching the invasion. Joe's dad had gotten a huge TV for Christmas, so his house had 12 bodies packed in the room like sardines, filling all the empty space, breathing and rebreathing the same stuffy air, leaning forward in their chairs and sofas in silence, watching the live feeds from the frantic mass of reporters surrounding the Capitol with the total, rapt attention of the condemned. Pundits took over the news channels, talking nonstop, 24 hours a day, debating the endless pictures of aliens, alien ships, and alien weaponry. They said that their squat, tentacled forms were semi-aquatic, and the flipping gills that fluttered on the sides of their head were an evolutionary throwback, like an appendix in humans. Suda, they were called. Humanity knew that because a reporter's autistic kid was killed for touching them during a press conference, and the live alien tirade that followed included the word Suda about 300 times as the aliens screamed at the bleeding, dismantled corpse of the kid, his parent, and two otherwise innocent bystanders. Joe's little brother Sam, however, disagreed, as usual.
That's stupid,
Sammy snorted loudly, once it was just him and Joe in the room and they were listening to yet another lecture about the cultural importance of Suda.
It's not an evolutionary throwback. It's obvious they're using them to breathe. That means they came from a planet with something in the air. They're filters. They keep stuff out. They just don't like someone touching them there because it's like putting your hand over someone's mouth and nose, cutting off your air, you know?
All the adults had left to discuss whether it was safe enough to attempt driving out to Uncle Davy's place for some meats and vegetables, which had quintupled in price since the aliens had landed, leaving just Joe and his 10-year-old brother Sam to watch the aliens in the living room. With just Joe in the room, Sam didn't have to pretend to be kiddie for the adults. The skinny turd actually liked showing off to Joe. He got out a pencil and walked up to the screen like an indignant 4-foot-tall college professor.
See that?
Sam asked, slapping the pencil to the picture of a tentacled creature's thick, ropey arm.
So what if they're boneless? That right there is built like a snake. There's no aquadynamics. It's meant for swinging through trees, like an orangutan. They're land dwellers.
Just shut up, Sam, Joe muttered. He tried to peer around his brother. Sam, however, had other ideas. He turned to face the TV.
And they're not 150 pounds!
He snorted, speaking directly to the bald, sweating, talking head on the other end of the live news feed who was lecturing them on body size. He crossed his arms over his chest and sneered, as if the very idea was ridiculous.
They're denser than us, you dipshit! Look at the way it hit that car!
There was a famous video of a kamikaze attack by a drunken motorist on one of the aliens, which had resulted in a crumpled car, a dead motorist, and a very pissed-off alien.
It was obviously at least 400 or 500 pounds. Just the impact alone should have told you that.
Shut up, Sam, Joe muttered, irritated. Get out from in front of the TV. I can't see through your scrawny ass. Sam rolled his eyes and turned to face him, but remained firmly planted in front of the television.
Not like you're gonna learn anything new. They've been saying the same stuff for the last 3 days.
Now! Joe snapped. Go find a coloring book or something. Sam sighed deeply and went to check on the adults. Joe watched him go, scowling. He hated the way his younger brother seemed so cocky about the whole affair, like he had everything completely under control. Or, at least, Dad did. Must be nice to be a kid, Joe thought, returning his attention to the aliens. Something about them seemed familiar, and it was giving him a nagging sense of dread that he just couldn't shake. Almost like he'd had a bad dream like this a very long time ago, and it was starting to unfold before his eyes. And there was nothing he could do to stop it. More than once during his vigil, Joe found his hands sweaty, his skin broken out in goosebumps. As each new snippet of information came in from the White House, the feeling of dread intensified, congealing in his guts like a cold, hard rot. Unlike Sam, Joe knew what it meant for their family. For Dad. A few hours after the aliens first landed, Joe had heard Dad and Manny discussing the military's order to stand down. He had heard their furtive whispers about a group of Marines taking things into their own hands. Joe wasn't an idiot. He knew what that meant. He also knew his dad didn't stand a chance. Not against that. Tens of thousands of massive, skyscraper-sized ships, their sleek black bodies gleaming like obsidian, had landed on whatever building, parking lot, shopping mall, or school that got in their way. The news helicopters that hadn't been shot down had caught live pictures of the masses of aliens that came marching out of each ship, looking like glossy black ants marching in perfect synchronicity. There were too many of them. Some experts said they'd unloaded 1/10 of the population of Earth from those ships, and each one a hardened warrior sporting advanced weaponry and glistening black suits that seemed to be utterly impenetrable to anything humans had to throw at them. Dad didn't stand a chance. Nobody did. Thus, Joe ignored Sam's know-it-all bullshit and clung to every scrap of information, listening to the same tiny tidbits replayed over and over until he could repeat them by heart, praying to God that it was a bad dream and his dad wouldn't have to go to war. God wasn't listening. The invasion wasn't a game, wasn't a huge hoax, wasn't a dream. It was real, and the longer the aliens stayed camped out in the headquarters of every major government on the planet, secretly talking to world leaders behind closed doors, the more agitated the populace got. 1,000 different debaters on television had 1,000 different opinions. They claimed the aliens were invaders, there to take humans as slaves, or liberators, there to raise human consciousness, end war, and give humanity great new technology, or diplomats, there to invite them to a vast alien democracy. In the end, they were all right. They called themselves Ureki. When they weren't encased in inky black suits and bulbous ebony helmets, they were squat, brown creatures with huge, glistening eyes, tentacles protruding from their heads and bodies, and 4 parallel slits along each side of leathery necks that fluttered like gills, though they breathed air as well as any human. They also lived a really long time. Some said 4, even 500 years. The Ulreki claimed they were not alone. They said they came from an immense alien society, one that spanned the entire universe, swallowing whole galaxies and all the species within. Earth was only one of hundreds of thousands of planets to fall under its dominion, the latest in its ever-expanding search for the ends of space. And, in their very first press release, translated by a terrified-looking woman in a rumpled business suit, they told humanity what would be expected of it, now that it had been tested and accepted as a sentient race and given a seat in Congress. The woman's mascara-smeared eyes darted continually to something behind the camera as she listed out new law after new code after new regulation. It was the end, however, that made every hair on Joe's body stand on end.
These are your rights and responsibilities during your probationary period, as your formal rights have not yet cleared congressional committees. In summary, you will do as you are told. Do not attack, confront, or in any way impede the movements or actions of congressional forces. Relinquish all of your projectile weapons to our collection stations, which will be set up in every major city by the end of the day. For a full list of prohibited weapons, see the local collection center. Anyone found with a weapon on this list will be killed as a saboteur. We say again, anyone who stands in our way will be annihilated.
The matter-of-fact way the aliens spoke of Earth's submission was accentuated by the way the government did nothing to stop them. There were no brilliant aerial battles, no brave last stands. Jets remained grounded, guns remained quiet, missiles remained siloed. As Joe agonized over every news clip, Earth simply gave up without a fight. With no one to challenge them, all that was left was to listen to their demands. Endless demands, ranging from the mundane, a few odd souvenirs for individual aliens to bring home to their families as gifts, to the outrageous, a global meeting to pick a single representative to speak for Earth. And still, their demands came. Rules for living, rules for government, rules for population. Joe's mom kept getting distracted watching the news and burned so many nightly meals she ended up screaming, throwing pots of spaghetti and burnt Brussels sprouts across the kitchen. She didn't cook after that. His father's troubled heart was not as obvious, but Joe could see it. His dad had a lot of the old Celtic blood in him, blood that left him smiling and constantly at play, even when things went wrong. He wasn't smiling now. The way he held his broad shoulders, the constant tension in his muscular body, the way he looked at Joe and Sam when he thought they were distracted. Together, these things were even more disturbing than their mother's spaghetti fest. For once, Joe was glad he was still a kid. He was glad this was somebody else's problem. And yet, he couldn't stop watching the news feeds, his lungs aching from holding his breath for too long. He knew something bad was happening inside the White House, that the worst of the aliens' demands was yet to come. Something about the way the aliens stood guard on the president's lawn, their onyx suits matching their sleek obsidian guns like they were stone statues in a museum of freaks, left Joe sick with apprehension. Then they murdered a Secret Service agent on live TV. The young man had been trying to get the president to safety through a secret tunnel out of the White House when the aliens caught him. As Joe watched, they dragged him out onto the lawn and shot him in the face with some flesh-dissolving bluish goo that made his bloody neck look like it was oozing purple snot, then went right back into the White House without saying a word, pushing the president ahead of them like a criminal. The picture of the grinning young man that the news crews flashed all over TV only a few minutes later showed him holding a baby, wearing a Marine uniform in front of an American flag. Seeing it reminded Joe of similar pictures of his dad, and he quietly locked himself in the bathroom until his queasiness went away. He knew the worst was still to come. When CNN broadcasted the aliens' final list of demands, it read like something the conquistadors might have dictated to the South Americans. They wanted allegiance. They wanted hostages. They wanted supplies. And they wanted children. 98% of the healthy ones, boys and girls, everyone 5 to 12, to start a human section of their vast alien army. And, just that suddenly, Sam wasn't such a smartass anymore. He actually got kind of quiet, a first for Sam, and spent a lot of time in his room. Their mom spent a lot of time with him, crying. All over the world, riots broke out at the news, and suddenly the reporters had something else to talk about. The Crips and the Bloods and the Hells Angels were taking a stand right alongside disbanded soldiers, National Guard, and Marines. People everywhere were dying in swaths, the aliens obliterating whole city blocks if too many people tried to fight. Joe stayed glued to the TV, only eating when his stomach distracted him from the aliens marching across the screen. They were so precise, so perfect, like the old World War II videos of Nazi soldiers. It triggered something primal that made him want to crawl under his bed and hide. But not his dad. When they finally announced that the alien collection crews would be sweeping through their neighborhood, Joe's father pulled out his old military work camis and started getting dressed. They were the desert ones, the ones Joe had associated with war back when Joe had to stand in a crowd with his mom and watch his dad get on a ship to go overseas. What Joe remembered most about that first night was his father's sleeves. He took hours to get them right, ironing them so flat they wrapped around his biceps like Celtic armbands. His dad prided himself on having the most tightly rolled sleeves in his unit, tighter than the captains and majors and generals themselves. Joe could always tell his father from a distance just by looking at his sleeves.
A Marine takes pride in his job, Joe. Even if it's rolling sleeves.
It was what his father had said 1,000 times before when he labored over his uniform. Now he said nothing. Joe and Sam watched him, neither able to dredge up the courage to ask him why he was getting dressed in the middle of the night. The silence was ominous. When their mother saw what her husband was doing, she ushered Joe and Sam to their rooms and made them lock the doors. Through the cracks, Joe heard her argue with his father, plead with him, and cry, but finally she retreated and sequestered herself in the other end of the house. Joe crept back out to watch his father iron his camis, his anxiety growing like a hard lump in his throat. Sam followed him, his skinny 10-year-old body hunched close behind Joe as they came to a stop beside their father's ironing board. For long moments, the three of them just stood there, watching the iron in silence. Then, softly, without looking up, their dad said,
"Sometimes you gotta stand up for yourself, even when you know you ain't got a chance."
Outside, they heard shouts and helicopters and car alarms.
"What are you doing, Dad?"
Sam whispered.
"Yeah, Dad," Joe said softly. "They disbanded the Marines. You heard the TV?"
The iron stopped, settling over the sleeve. Their father stared down at it, his muscular arm no longer moving. When he looked at them, Joe was stunned to see tears. Their father settled his gaze on Sam.
"You get yourself in MIT, Sam. You're gonna be a big guy like your brother and me, but brute strength ain't gonna win this. It's gonna be someone with a brain like yours. And you ain't no warrior. You're a scholar, kid. Stay here and figure out a way to beat these bastards."
The iron started to move again. Sam's chest caught in a sob.
"I'll go. Stay here, Dad. I'll go with them."
"No."
Their father's tone brooked no argument. Sam, the idiot, argued anyway.
"But go back to your room."
Their father's voice was filled with warning.
"But Dad—"
"Go, Sam!"
Giving Joe an agonized look. Sam went. Joe's father finished ironing in silence and then tugged his cami jacket over his wide shoulders. The sleeves rested just above his biceps, crisp and perfect despite the chaos outside. Seeing it on his father for the first time in 4 years, Joe felt a cold chill. When their eyes met, there was a sadness in his father's face, a recognition that Joe could not understand. He watched his dad pick up the 3 guns he'd left by the front door, his throat burning with the need to say something.
"Take care of your brother, Joe."
Then his father opened the door and disappeared into the chaos of black smoke, gunfire, and screaming. That was 2 months ago. Joe was still 14, but he felt older now. Compared to the other kids in the hazy red light of the obsidian dome, he was ancient.
"I'm not supposed to be here. Sam is."
Joe closed his eyes and let his head touch the wall behind him. The black substance depressed slightly at his touch, cradling his skull with its eerie, alien perfection. Like everything else on the ship, the wall seemed alive. It seemed to move with a soul of its own, like a billion little ants covered the surface. Sometimes his hair stuck, just enough that it was uncomfortable, but not enough to pull it out. The cloth under his butt and against his shoulder blades likewise fused to the stuff. Behind closed eyes, an image blazed in Joe's mind. His dad, stepping into the whirling smoke outside, sleeves rolled for war. Joe immediately fought the surge of anger twisting in his gut. The government had ordered the Marines not to get involved. They'd told everyone to stay in their homes, to do whatever the aliens told them. Yet Joe's father had rallied his old friends anyway. Why? Why couldn't they just hide Sam? Why did Dad have to fight? The children trapped in the room with Joe had long since stopped crying. Some were sleeping, snot and tears leaking down their faces. Many were huddled in whimpering groups, wide-eyed, clutching their knees or whatever relics of home they had managed to salvage before the sweeps. One little girl had a sooty cloth doll, one half of its head singed from the fires. The stench of smoke still stung the insides of Joe's nostrils. In the weeks that followed the start of the draft, burning houses had cast the subdivision in a putrid black haze. Along the sidewalks, cars had smoldered, adding spent gasoline and plastic fumes to the choking smog. Constant gunfire had rattled the glass in the windows. Armed looters had followed behind the congies, taking stuff from the homes and bodies of people who had resisted the aliens' collection efforts. But now all Joe cared about was food. He hadn't eaten in so long that his stomach was a constant pain to him, keeping him awake. They had water, piped in from the walls in constant supply tubes that looked a lot like the bottles on a gerbil tank. But that was it. Worse, the water tasted funny, almost like algae. Joe guessed it had been days since their capture, but like the other kids that the aliens had kidnapped and herded in here like cattle, Joe had spent most of his time sleeping. It had been so quiet since their abductors had shoved them in here that several times Joe had wondered if they had been forgotten in their prison to starve.
I'm not supposed to be here. It should have been Sam.
Joe took a deep breath and released it angrily, then pushed himself to his feet. The living black walls gripped his damp palms like frozen metal. Joe yanked his hands away and rubbed his palms together to rid himself of the sensation. Everywhere, little kids were watching him. Joe tried to ignore them, but he was head and shoulders taller than anyone else in the room, and his size drew their anxious gazes. They wanted his help. He could see the fear and desperation in their eyes. They wanted him to do something, like their parents would have done something for them, and for days Joe had resented them for it. He hated their stares, their need. Who did they think he was? What made them think he could help them? He wasn't their dad. He was just a kid, just like them, and they were captured by aliens. A big kid, but still just a kid.
I'm not supposed to be here.
The thought wrenched at Joe's spirit, just as it had 1,000 times already. He hated his brother. It was Sam who was supposed to be on this ship, listening to children whimper and smelling kitty pee as they wet themselves. It was Sam who'd been strung out in a line of kids bound for the ship. And it was Sam who'd run away, while Joe got caught. His mother's words from the day of his capture still haunted him.
Go to hell, Joe!
The agony of that moment was still raw in his chest, so raw it hurt to breathe. His mom had begged him not to go after Sam.
You're all I have left,
she kept saying through tears.
Please, Joe, please don't do this. You can't help Sam.
And Joe had turned his back to her and walked out the door.
Go to hell, Joe!
Had been his mother's last teary words she shouted after him as she stood there, shaking, on the front porch, watching him go.
I hope you go to hell!
She'd gotten her wish. Miserable, he got up and stumbled over to one of the tiny holes spaced along the circular edge of the room. He pissed in it, then zipped up and looked out over the ocean of children. He saw one kid in fake camis, the kind you could buy at the PX to dress your kid up like a soldier. It even had cute little rolled sleeves, though they were flat and lifeless from mechanical pressing. Nothing like his father's.
Stupid kid.
Joe tore his attention away from the boy, his eyes stinging. He let his gaze wander around the edges of the obsidian dome, looking once again for an exit, a seam, a lock, any indication that they weren't trapped here forever. The silky black surface of the room was flawless. 2 feet out of reach, a scarlet globe protruded from the ceiling and cast the space in an eerie red haze. But there were no doors, no windows, nothing but hundreds of little kids watching him. Joe's angry, frustrated scowl fell once again upon the little groups of children huddled against the walls. The boy who was brave enough to meet his gaze flinched and looked at the floor between his legs. Moments later, his thin shoulders began quaking in tiny sobs. In that moment, Joe felt like he'd been slapped. Watching the kids whimper and cringe away from his angry look, he realized that they all just wanted someone to tell them they'd be okay. Just like Joe had wanted back when his world was falling apart. When Dad disappeared, and nobody would go looking for him. When he found Dad's friend Manny slumped against a bent parking meter in a pool of blood, Dad's knife in his hands. When they came for Sam. Though Joe's nerves were screaming at him to curl up against the wall somewhere and pretend they didn't exist, he went over to the boy and squatted in front of him. The kid glanced up, the hope in his eyes so strong it was painful. Swallowing hard, Joe said, "How you doing?" The kid blurted,
"Do you know when they're gonna let us go home?"
Hearing the innocent desperation in the kid's voice, Joe felt a tiny part of him die. Nobody had told him. Nobody had even bothered to even tell him. "I can't help these kids," Joe thought in despair. What the hell did he say to them? Who the hell was he, Joe Dobbs, to tell them they were never going to see their families again? But he had to tell him something. Looking into his eyes, Joe knew he couldn't just walk away and go back to sulking. But he couldn't tell him the truth either. "I don't know when they're going to let us out," Joe said, "but I do know they're not going to leave us in here forever. Not by a long shot." The kid began to shake.
"I don't want them to come back. They scare me."
"They're going to do a lot worse than scare us." Joe reached out and put a hand on the boy's thin shoulder, enveloping it with his palm. "Look, kid, they're just big squid. You find scarier stuff in your kitchen sink."
"They don't look like squid,"
the kid whimpered. "He's right. They're goddamn aliens, you insensitive son of a bitch." "Prunes, then. Big, but ugly prunes." The kid laughed, a relieved half-sob. Joe patted his shoulder and stood up.
"Aren't you too big to be here?"
An older girl behind Joe said, accusation strong in her voice. Joe flinched. Yeah, I'm 14, he offered reluctantly. 2 years older than the alien's max collection age. What was worse, Joe was a freak. At 14, he was built like a professional NFL linebacker and already over 6 feet. To these kids, he probably looked 80.
"So why'd they take you?"
Another nearby girl demanded. I was stupid, Joe said, grimacing.
"Stupid how?"
I did something they didn't like, Joe said, tensing his fists with the memory, wishing he had somewhere he could hide from all of their piercing stares. Every eye in the room was on him. He probably looked like a lot of their dads.
"Like what?"
A kid insisted. Joe grimaced. Look, guys, I really don't want to talk about it.
"You should tell them you're 14.
A girl said sagely.
"Yeah,
A little boy piped up.
you can't be here if you're older than 12.
He was probably 7 or 8, and he looked perfectly sure that if Joe were to walk up to the aliens right now and tell them he was 14, not 12, he would receive a get-out-of-jail-free card and everything would be all right. Obviously, none of them had seen what Joe had done to get into this place, or the look in the aliens' eyes when they'd first shoved him into this huge room, alone, more than a day before the other kids. None of them understand. Joe felt an overwhelming urge to get away from them, to get back to his empty spot against the wall and be alone. But he forced himself to smile instead. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah. Right about the time they pulled out a gun and blew his head off for being too damn old. Feeling the pressure of their stares, Joe slunk back over to his corner and turned to partially face the wall. It was the only way he could pretend they weren't watching him. I want to go home. God, please just let me go home. There were no heavenly choirs, no celestial trumpets, no parting of the skies. Just hundreds of desperate little kids, watching him like he had all the answers. Chapter 2. Little Harry Simpson. Without warning, the obsidian wall dropped open beside Joe, and a group of aliens rushed inside in a wave. They weren't wearing the glistening black suits that they had worn on the White House lawn, the ones that deflected bullets. For the first time, he could see the sticky brown skin up close, the 4 slender tentacles protruding from each boneless arm, the big snake-like eyes that reminded him of wet gummy bears, the 2 tentacles wriggling from their heads like worms had burrowed into their brains. In the chaos that followed, aliens shouting, kids screaming, children scattering, Joe ducked out the door and ran for it. At 6'1", with all of his spare time before the draft spent practicing for football season, Joe was faster, much faster, than his boneless 5-foot captors. He peeled out of the room and down the closest red-lit hall at about Mach 12. The aliens shouted at him through their translators for him to come back. Joe ignored them and kept running. Soon, he was alone. He stopped and glanced down 2 equally long corridors, wondering which way was the way out. They hadn't left Earth yet. The ship hadn't so much as jiggled since they'd shoved Joe inside the prison with the others only days before. He still had a chance. Joe chose a corridor and hurtled down it, praying that he could find his way out. He charged down 2 more hallways, and then abruptly hit a dead end. The corridor terminated in a sleek black wall. It was too abrupt, however. Obviously the entrance to another room or hall. Joe desperately searched the wall, looking for some sort of control pad or lock, something that would let him inside. Feeling the beginnings of panic, Joe swept his fingers across the surface, digging at the sticky blackness seeking a button or catch, but he could find no irregularities to indicate an entrance. Behind him, Joe heard the muffled pounding of boots as his pursuers caught up with him. Adrenaline scoured his chest, and his breath began to come in quick, labored pants as he frantically slapped at the unyielding wall, still to no avail. Heart thundering a roaring staccato in his ears, Joe gave up on the door and turned to backtrack. 5 aliens blocked his path like wormy brown turds. They had smallish black guns out, grunting to themselves in their harsh alien language, pointing at him and nodding their heads. Joe didn't need their translators to know they were laughing at him. The alien in front, his wrinkled brown face streaked with light orange highlights, was the loudest of the bunch. The little device around his neck even managed to interpret the amount of scorn in his voice.
The pathetic creature is too stupid to open a door. We should leave it here to starve. It's not going anywhere.
Joe tensed.
Back off! I'm 14! I'm too old to be a soldier!
Although the translators around their necks didn't repeat Joe's words, the pale, scarred alien in the back gave him an appraising glance. Seemingly having no trouble at all understanding him, it said,
You're right. Commander Legras has something else in mind for you.
The alien with the orange facial features made another grunting laugh.
You're too kind, Kegel. Just tell the human we're gonna kill it. Be silent, Trill.
The words rang from the translator of the same alien in the back, the one called Kegel. Kegel seemed to be a lighter color than the rest, with droopier folds of skin and a startling cross-hatching of black scars across his neck and face, disappearing under a crisp black uniform. Trill wrinkled his orange-tinted face.
It's already caused us enough trouble. I don't see why we can't extract a little payment before we kill it. He's faster than you, Commander Trill. He's gonna be even harder to control if you panic him. We can fix that.
Trill raised his gun, aiming at Joe's leg. The other aliens grunted with laughter as Joe hopped out of the way in a panic.
Commander Trill.
The warning in the pale, deeply scarred alien's tone was clear. Trill immediately tucked the little black gun under his belt and said to Joe,
Lower yourself to the ground and place your arms behind your back.
No!
Joe's heart was hammering like gunfire against his ribs. He desperately scanned the hall behind them, trying to judge whether or not he could make it past their barricade of bodies before they shot him. Commander Trill stepped closer to Joe and held both 4-fingered tentacles spread wide, narrowing his escape route. On either side of him, his friends were also moving forward, ready to surround Joe. They moved slowly, with no sudden movements, like horse trainers trying to calm their animals.
I said back off!
Joe screamed. He backed up 2 feet until he ran out of hallway. The aliens laughed again and kept coming.
Look at it,
Trill said.
It's as terrified as a tacky.
Joe ducked and rammed himself into the speaker, intending to knock him over and keep on going. Instead, like a 500-pound lineman, Commander Trill never budged. He garbled a curse and wrapped stinging tentacles around one of Joe's arms, tightening them like miniature pythons, depressing the muscle and making the fingers in that hand instantly numb. Joe gasped and tried to jerk away, but the alien remained rooted in place, watching Joe writhe with its sticky brown eyes narrowed in a satisfaction that did not need to be translated. With his free hand, Joe yanked the little black gun out of his aggressor's belt. The tentacle strangling his arm loosened suddenly, and Joe wrenched himself free. He had the gun in both hands and was desperately trying to figure out how to fire it when an alien grabbed his shoulder from behind. The gun went off, an echoing burp that made every alien in the hall jump. The glowing blue shot hit the scarred alien in the neck, dissolving one of the writhing tentacles that dangled from either side of its head. With a roar of rage, an alien wrapped its snake-like arm around Joe's neck, tightened its stinging grasp, and shook him like a toy. Joe dropped the gun, the edges of his vision going black.
The burning Ferg shot Kegel!
The alien holding Joe by the throat wrenched him forward and, between the grip on his throat and his forward momentum, almost snapped Joe's neck. Joe dropped to one knee, his lungs burning for air, his vision closing to tiny, blurred windows. Other aliens converged on him, grasping his arms, pinning him down. All too quickly, Joe's world shrank to an inch of the glossy black floor under his face, then faded to total darkness. Then, out of the void, he heard the scarred one speak.
Stop, you tacky! It was just a hakta! Give the ignorant creature some air!
The stinging tentacle around Joe's throat loosened just enough to allow him to breathe. Joe gasped in a desperate lungful of air, coughing in frantic, whooping breaths as his vision slowly started to come back into focus. When his mind began to register shapes again, the alien he'd shot was staring down at him, his sticky brown gaze unreadable. A clear, brownish liquid was dripping from the dissolved tentacle on the side of his head, landing in little spatters on Joe's jeans, but Joe couldn't have moved if he'd tried. The 3 aliens holding him down seemed bent on trying to pull him apart, and the bones in Joe's arms were screaming, on the verge of snapping from the pressure. Joe closed his eyes and felt the welling of a sob in his chest. He struggled against it, forcing it back down. He wasn't gonna cry. Not for them.
Commander Trill, until we kill him, fit him with a modifier. I don't want to have to chase the Asher down again.
The grip on Joe's arm released suddenly. Then the alien behind him was yanking him onto his back, holding him down as Commander Trill fitted a bluish band around his ankle. Once it was secured, they all released him at once. Panicked, confused, Joe dove away from them and ran. He was maybe 50 feet down the hall when, all at once, his body stopped responding. Streaks of pain lanced up from his ankle, into his stomach, chest, and eyes, balling him up, emptying his lungs in a scream. He fell into an awkward, shrieking tumble on the floor, unable to think or feel anything but the awful pain consuming him from the inside out. Then, as quickly as it had started, the pain was gone. Joe felt a warm wetness on his stomach and realized he had vomited bile and algae-flavored water down his chest. He panted on his back, staring up at the domed scarlet light above him as he gripped the sticky black floor beneath him with both trembling hands. The pale, scarred alien he'd shot came into view as he lay there, panting. For a long moment, they just stared at each other.
Are you finished?
The scarred alien finally asked. In his tentacled hand, he held a small device made of the same bluish metal as the band around Joe's ankle. Joe shuddered and turned away, the pain still raw in his mind. He spat out the leftover bile that had accumulated in the back of his throat, shuddering. He wanted to run, but now he was terrified to actually do so. As soon as he realized that, he stiffened. Dad would fight them, Joe thought. Dad wouldn't give in. He wouldn't just lay here. Still, though, he couldn't force himself to make his muscles move, knowing the torment would come again.
There's no shame in it, human. There's nowhere for you to go.
Kegel's voice held a note of kindness to it, one that made Joe sick. Unable to hold still for the alien's pity, Joe lunged to his feet and ran again. This time, he only got a couple yards before he tumbled back to the floor, agony tearing through his body in relentless, unending waves. Somewhere in the thrashing that followed, his bladder loosened and he peed himself. He hurt like his whole body was being thrown into a furnace, inside and out, and every breath was a nightmare he wished would end him. All he wanted at that point was to die. The aliens left him in pain longer this time. By the time he could finally breathe without crying, Joe lay there, panting, as the aliens casually strolled up to him, his entire body still shaking with the after effects. Realizing he wasn't lying in a pool of blood and guts, and that the pain wasn't actually hurting him, Joe shakily got back to his feet.
"Someday, these assholes are gonna wish they'd killed me,"
he thought, shaking as he stared them down. Commander Trill was laughing again.
Think the Fergling Sooter will try for 3?
Joe straightened his spine and stared back into the orange-streaked Ulrich's sticky brown eyes.
"You're dead," he thought. "Soon as I figure out how to use that gun, you're dead."
When Kegel saw he wasn't going to run a third time, the scarred Ulrich wrenched his arms behind his back and led him down the hall. They came to a mass of children milling in the corridor with their alien guardians, where Kegel and his companions shoved Joe into the group, switched off their translators and said a few words in rattling, grunting Ulrich, then abruptly left. Both aliens and children gave Joe questioning looks. He could feel the aliens' gazes settling on the metal band around his ankle, and he reddened.
"I'm gonna get back home, as soon as they give me the chance."
This time, Joe gave no resistance as they herded them down another tubular black hall and into an enormous room with blinding white lights. His eyes were no longer aching with the strain of trying to distinguish shapes and shadows, but his skin began to crawl when he got a good look at the ship in this new light. Every surface seemed alive with glossy liquid energy. For the first time, he realized that the ship's surfaces didn't look like stone or metal or glass or anything else Joe had ever seen. With the way the gloss seemed to ebb and flow in ebony waves, it almost looked like it was breathing. Seeing that, Joe had to fight down a moment of panic, suddenly wondering if he were trapped in the belly of a space-going monster.
"It's not alive,"
he had to tell himself.
"It can't be."
Besides, he'd seen the outsides of their sleek black ships. They were ships. Still, watching the gloss shift in waves, like wind against a field of grain, Joe started to back towards the far wall, his hair standing on end. The other kids didn't seem to notice. They were more interested in clinging to each other and running from the couple dozen aliens that were herding them around like cattle. Within minutes, the aliens had pushed hundreds, if not thousands, of children into the room, their fearful voices rising in tides, drowning out all other sound. Joe reached down and tugged on the bluish band around his ankle in increasing panic. Like the doors that melted into walls, it was seamless, a paper-thin ring that had no give whatsoever. He wrenched on it in frustration, but eventually gave up and went to hide his wet crotch in a corner, plotting how he was going to kill his kidnappers for making him pee himself in front of thousands of kids. About an hour passed as more and more kids were added to the panicked mass. The aliens packed them into one half of the room until there was barely space to breathe, let alone move, before dozens more aliens began pouring inside and a fearful hush descended on the kids. Joe, taller than anyone else in the room by almost a head, was able to see the aliens line up in 9 rows against the opposite wall. He recognized the group of 5 that had chased him down and caught the pale, scarred one's eyes, the one called Kegel. The pale alien and 8 others moved forward and began sorting the kids like captains on a playground team, barking orders to each other in their harsh, guttural language while other Ulrich hurried to obey. Joe felt a twinge of fear when he realized the aliens had turned off their translators. He ducked low and moved as far to the back of the group as he could, his gut instincts telling him that whatever was about to happen, it was not good. Eventually, the 9 captains had all but Joe and a few others standing in groups behind them, Joe noticed with growing concern that, aside from himself, the remainders all looked weak or sickly in some way. One of the kids had an angry red gash in his leg that ran from his knee to the base of his calf, laying open a deep section of muscle and skin tissue, a wound from the hellish days of the draft. The kid had long ago given up on standing on it, and instead the boy sat on the floor, his red-rimmed eyes watching the aliens nervously. Joe's breath caught when he recognized him. Little Harry Simpson. He'd seen him a dozen times a week, riding his tricycle out on the road at the end of his subdivision. The boy always leaned on the fence when Joe, Sam, and their dad played football in the front yard, sucking down a freeze pop, acting as the ref when they had a foul. Now, Harry looked like a skeleton with skin. The little fingers that had offered Joe popsicles were now bony protrusions bunched in his shorts as he fought off pain and fever. He had dark hollows under his eyes, and his cheeks were wet from crying. Seeing the discolored pus oozing from Harry's wound, Joe knew he needed to go to a hospital. Joe had read about wounds festering. If he didn't get help, Harry was going to die. Joe sucked in a breath as an alien with orange features stepped toward them. The last thing he wanted was to be chosen by Commander Trill. Already, Joe's arm was turning into a huge purple bruise where Trill had held him down. Trill walked up to Harry and gestured at him, looking back at his alien companions as he spoke in his alien tongue. None of them moved. Trill gestured again, and Harry looked up at him with hopeful, pain-brightened eyes.
Why isn't Trill taking him back with him?
Joe wondered, dread beginning to form a cold knot in his gut. Commander Trill activated the translation device hanging around his neck and turned to speak to the entire gathering.
The battalion leaders have made their decision. Twice I requested a place for this one, and twice I was denied. No congressional soldier will take him into his fold. Thus, he has no place in the army.
The alien pulled his gun from his belt and shot Harry in the face. For a long moment, Joe was too shocked to move. Harry's emaciated corpse slumped to one side, oozing purple slime down its Sesame Street t-shirt, half his head missing. Joe stared at the body, beginning to hyperventilate.
They're going to kill us all,
he realized. The other 12 kids in the center of the room began to scream. The aliens quieted them ruthlessly, slamming several of them into the glossy black floor to shut them up. One sat up, bleeding from his ear, blinking desperately. Trill waited for silence, then spoke to his companions. The translator once again switched off. An alien had to hold a freckled kid in place in front of him while he sobbed and writhed as they made their exchange.
Stop it!
Joe lunged forward to help the kid. Before he had taken 3 steps, an Ureki grabbed him and yanked him back.
Don't!
Joe said.
Don't do it!
Trill ignored him and turned back to the freckled kid. Like he'd done with Harry, he said,
The battalion leaders have made their decision. Twice I requested a place for this one, and—
Please don't shoot him!
Joe cried.
He's just a—
The alien holding him wrapped a tentacle around his throat and tightened it, silencing him. Trill cast Joe a dark look.
And twice I was denied. No congressional soldier would take him into his fold. Thus he has no place in the army.
Joe kicked his aggressor and struggled free.
Don't!
The little boy's scream ended in a wet burp.
You son of a bitch!
Joe screamed at Trill.
You evil son of a bitch!
3 aliens converged on Joe and dragged him to the ground, their stinging tentacles biting into his skin, leaving bloody welts in their path as he struggled against them. The 3rd child, an extremely small toddler, was claimed before Trill could shoot her. Joe looked up to see Kegel pushing her into his group. The tentacle Joe had shot off ended in a dark brown stain on one side of his head, making him appear lopsided. Joe couldn't watch the rest. He closed his eyes and slumped his head against the floor, waiting for it to end. The next 2 children were claimed by another scarred alien, though this one was paler than Kegel. Upon seeing his pale face, Joe had an instant of recognition that left him cold. Smoke wafted from the burning street. Joe stared at a black boot, his head and stomach on fire, the night exploding in bright, beautiful colors all around them. Sam was gone, escaped with the others. The alien stared down at him through its sleek black helmet with the cold fury of a wasp.
How old do you think it is? 16 is my onboard's guess, Commander Legras.
One of the glossy, black-suited aliens said.
Maybe 14, with growth irregularities.
There was cruel purpose in the alien's pale brown eyes as he said,
I'm sorry, Gokli. What did you say his age was?
There was a long pause.
12, sir.
Legras. His name is Legras. Then the aliens holding Joe wrenched him to his feet, shattering the memory. When he looked up and saw Commander Trill standing in front of him, all Joe could hear was his own frantic heartbeat thudding in his ears. Trill was looking at him, his sticky brown face a picture of satisfaction. Go to hell, Joe said. Trill made a guttural rapping in the base of his neck. An alien laugh. Languidly, his big, gummy eyes on Joe, Trill made an alien garble at its companions. Scanning their squashed, indifferent faces, Joe knew he was going to die. Trill asked again, looking back on his fellows where they stood with their selected groups. None of them moved. Joe could feel the gunman's satisfaction as he snaked a tentacle to the small black device around his neck and switched it on. Trill waited until the room had fallen silent, until every single eye was on him.
The battalion leaders have made their decision. Twice I requested a place for this one, and twice I was denied. No congressional soldier will take him into his fold. Thus, he has no place in the army.
Joe lifted his head and stared at a point on the wall across the room as Commander Trill raised his gun, determined not to let them see his fear. He knew that begging was worthless. They could have left all of the sickly kids back on Earth, but instead they brought them aboard to use as a warning to the others. The sickly kids. And the kids who'd pissed them off. Joe felt his bowels churning, and he absurdly hoped he didn't shit himself in front of all the little kids. Most of the kids had shit themselves. Even then, little Harry Simpson had a brown stain running down his twitching, skeletal leg. In the silence that followed, Commander Kegel made a guttural noise that sounded like more laughter. Get on with it, you assholes, Joe thought, his fists clenching despite his guard's tight grips cutting off the circulation in his forearms. What were they trying to do? Make him cry? The pale, scarred alien called Kegel spoke again. Trill turned to face him, an unmistakable look of irritation on his wrinkled, orange-brown face. His weapon never wavered from where its muzzle aimed between Joe's eyes. Joe stared at it. Odd how it looked like the tip of the gun was rippling like a desert mirage. It reminded him of swirling water, like the meandering stream that ran through his friend's backyard. Joe's eyes snapped back to the aliens as a flurry of brutal alien words erupted between Trill and Kegel. Several other aliens joined in, all team captains, most of whom seemed to side with Trill. Joe realized the alien he'd disfigured was bargaining for his life. He was surprised, knowing that alien, of any of them, had the most reason to kill him. Joe allowed himself an instant of hope, but it quickly faded as he realized that the other battalion commanders were winning the argument. Joe looked at the floor, wondering how long they would drag it on. An authoritative tone rose above the fray, and the argument stopped with an unmistakable note of finality. Joe recognized the speaker, and he suddenly felt his blood coagulate in his veins. Legras, the one he had humiliated, the one who had taken him, alone, back to the ship in Sam's place, the one who had intended to kill him as an example to the others. Commander Trill put his weapon away, shoved Joe at Kegel, and stalked from the room. Joe stared at Legras, utterly dumbfounded. He took my side? Joe could still feel the alien's malice towards him for what he had done back in the alley, every ounce of which Joe had earned. And yet, for some reason, The alien he had humiliated on the streets of San Diego had saved him on the ship. Confused, Joe allowed Kegel to push him into his group. LeGras moved to the front of the room to address them all.
I am Prime Commander LeGras of the Ulriki Ground Force. Humans, you are standing here today because an Ulriki commander saw something redeemable in you. Something he could transform into a soldier. From this point on, you are all recruits in the Congressional Army. Look at the Ulriki around you. These are the commanders and battle masters that will be guiding you through your next 3 turns of service. Battalion commanders, step forward.
Kegel stepped forward and faced Joe's battalion.
Do you accept these recruits?
Joe felt Kegel's eyes flicker towards him before, in unison, they said,
In the name of Congress, we do. Then you may take them to your pods and begin their training. We will break away in 900 ticks. Dismissed.
The cavern erupted in barked orders as the Ulriki took control of their new battalions. Kids screamed and ran in all directions, and black-clad Ulriki grabbed them and hurled them viciously back into the terrified mass, herding them toward the exit like terrified cattle. Then, Joe realized what LeGras had said.
We will break away in 900 ticks.
They were leaving Earth. The sharp sting of adrenaline began to trace Joe's veins. I've got to get off this ship. The thought kept pounding his brain as he stayed well in the center of the group while they were funneled awkwardly into a sleek black hall bathed in the eerie red glow. Every passing second felt like a knife in his chest. I gotta get off now. The aliens spread out around the perimeter of the group, herding them like squat, brown, tentacled sheepdogs. They took it for granted that everyone would cooperate, spreading themselves thin over hundreds of kids. Seeing that, Joe drifted to the back, his panicked mind listening for the sound of the ship's engines. When he saw his chance, he bolted. The Ulriki watching his section of kids gave a startled grunt of surprise, his see-through eyelids flicking across his big, gummy eyeballs as he twisted to try and catch Joe. Joe, blessed with bones, was faster. Joe quickly outdistanced his startled guard and barreled down the tube-shaped hallway, gaining more courage as the shock anklet failed to activate. Maybe he was out of range. The haul out of the doomed cavern ended with suspicious abruptness, and Joe slowed, scanning the surface for any indication of a door to the outside. Nothing. He kept going, choosing a smaller side corridor. Nothing but gleaming black walls, no sign of a way out. Joe was anxiously turning a corner into another section of the ship when the anklet activated. Joe cried out and tumbled to the floor, his momentum carrying him crashing into the wall. The aliens didn't end the brutal agony after a couple seconds this time, but instead let it continue for what seemed like excruciating hours. To his shame, he heard himself bawling like a baby. Somewhere along the line, he peed himself again. Joe was curled in a fetal ball when Kegel found him.
I save your life and you act like a spoiled tacky.
Kegel kicked him.
I should have let you die, Ferg.
Kill me then, Joe moaned in a mixture of hatred and misery.
Get up!
Screw you! A stinging tentacle wrapped around Joe's arm and brutally tore him from the floor. With his other arm, Kegel grabbed him by the skull and forced his head down until they were eye to eye.
You were supposed to die for what you did on Earth. You humiliated the Prime Commander himself, robbed us of an entire battalion. Don't make me regret saving your sooty life, Asher. I can make you wish we'd sold you to the Dasha.
Joe swallowed hard, and Kegel released him.
Stop running,
Kegel commanded.
We're 3 days out from Earth. You do it again, and I'll toss you into space.
Where they had once shown a bit of kindness, even compassion, Kegel's sticky brown eyes were now hard with fury. Cringing there, stared down by the only ally he had in this alien place, Joe realized he had made a mistake. He wanted to apologize, but it was far too late. Kegel shoved Joe and a few others inside a small room with triple-tiered shelves and left them there, the unnatural black doors oozing shut behind them. In the silence that followed, the kids clustered around Joe, waiting to see what he would do. The hazy red glow highlighted their faces, leaving their eyes looking huge and frightened.
"Where'd you run to?"
a boy asked.
"I thought we were on a ship. How you gonna get off a ship?"
"Smartass. I'll find a way out eventually," Joe muttered.
"Are you sick, too?"
a freckled little girl asked, tugging on his t-shirt.
"Why'd they make you stand out there with those sick kids they shot?"
Like it was completely natural to shoot the sick kids because they were sick. His gut twisting, Joe ignored her.
"That alien stuck a gun in your face,"
a little boy insisted.
"Were you scared?"
"I don't get scared," Joe muttered, hoping it would shut them up. Even then, though, his bowels were still twisting with residual fear. He knew how close he had come to dying. Trill's sticky brown eyes had wanted death. He wondered how many more seconds it would have taken for him to blow his head off. 1, 2. He got goosebumps thinking about it. And then Kegel. The cool resentment in his gaze still made Joe's throat hurt with regret. The one seemingly decent being on the ship, and Joe had humiliated him just as thoroughly as he'd humiliated LeGras. And Kegel had just finished making it clear to Joe that he was going to make Joe pay for his transgressions with pain. Of course, Joe was afraid. Apparently, though, the other kids didn't catch his lie. They seemed to take it for granted that the big kid hadn't gotten scared and drew strength from it. Joe felt like shouting at them.
"Of course I was scared! We're going to die here, can't you see that?"
But they couldn't see that. They clumped around him like he was the designated soccer dad, with 3 of the littlest ones even clinging to his stinky, piss-covered leg. It was when silence began to hum in their prison that Joe realized that all the little kids were waiting for him to do something, so they could follow. Grimacing, Joe took a good look at the huge, 3-tiered, round, bunk-like objects lining the walls. They each had 6 sheets of what looked like folded tinfoil laid out on their surface and were shaped almost like bowls. He was pretty sure they were beds, or industrial-sized microwaves. Eventually, though, he broke away from the clingy, frightened kids and went over to inspect the apparent shelves of bowls. When he gave a test push on the surface, he found it depressed easily, almost as if it were made of foam. Beds, then, Joe thought, running his hand under the crinkly metallic blanket. Even from that brief contact, he could tell that the flimsy metal blanket was going to be warmer than anything he'd had back on Earth. The kids, still clinging to the far wall, were watching him nervously. "They're just beds," Joe said, crawling into one of the big bowls on the bottom and pulling the metallic blanket over himself pointedly. Still, no one moved.
"My daddy works in a morgue,"
one of the older kids said, giving the beds a dubious look.
"That looks like the incinerator."
"Or a packet of popcorn,
another kid said.
like you make on the stove."
Joe groaned.
"Everyone just get in bed, okay? It's fine, see?"
He stretched out over the bed, though the odd, scooped slope felt strange on his back. Most of the kids tentatively came over to check it out, but a few hunkered down by the wall and refused to get any closer. They just spent the rest of the night like that, huddled and whimpering by the door. Joe lay staring at the bunk above him, stewing over his problems in exhausted, hungry silence. The other kids weren't so discreet. One kid huddled along the wall spent the entire night whining. It was a low, primal sound that grated on Joe's nerves until his every muscle was taut, his fists itching to plant themselves into the idiot's face. What does he know about being scared? Images of the days before Joe's capture returned to haunt him. Bodies had littered the streets like trash, their chests burned open or dripping purple glop. The constant whimpering reminded Joe of the sound Sam had made the night their father didn't come back. Joe got out of bed and went over to the boy. He opened his mouth to tell him to shut up, just shut the hell up and stop whining, that everyone there was dealing with the same crap and he wasn't special. But the kid mistook his intentions and jumped up from the wall, wrapping his scrawny arms around Joe's torso. In a flood of tears, the little boy cried for his mom. Joe held him, startled, before he felt his own eyes start stinging. Awkwardly, He tightened his arms around the little boy in a hug. "It's okay," he finally said, though he knew it was stupid, that it wasn't okay, that they weren't going to see their families again for many years. Maybe never. But he said it anyway, and the boy eventually relaxed in his arms and stopped crying. It was at least an hour before his breathing quieted and his grip loosened enough to allow Joe to carry him over and tuck him into a bunk. The boy didn't whimper again after that, but although Joe returned to his own bed to the perfect sound of silence, he couldn't sleep. Lying there, remembering how the aliens had executed kids, Joe didn't know if he would ever sleep again. It was probably because of this that he was the only one who noticed the tiny tubes that emerged from the walls several hours later. One was a few inches from his head, and Joe could hear the hissing of gas.
Oh, shit!
Joe cried, lunging away from the wall.
Everybody wake up! Wake up! They're gassing us! Shit!
He threw his shirt over his mouth and backed to the center of the room, heart hammering painfully in his ears. All around him, kids on the beds were sitting up in wild-eyed confusion, only to have their eyes roll up into the backs of their heads and their little bodies slump limply back to the beds.
They're gassing us,
Joe thought in a surge of panic, watching the kids fall all around him like little lifeless puppets.
The aliens are gassing us.
Though Joe tried to keep his mouth protected, he nonetheless caught an overpoweringly acrid tang that shot biting waves of acid through his lungs and up into his brain. He was dimly aware of the bitter tang turning to pounding waves of ice before his legs went limp beneath him, and he surrendered to oblivion. Chapter 3. The Origin of Zero. "Commander Trill?" Keagle's voice at his door was soft, sympathetic.
Not now, Commander,
Trill said, barely able to keep his voice under control.
I need some time alone. Please.
Trill's secondary commander remained in his doorway for long moments in silence. This was your first time, wasn't it? Keagle finally asked. Trill refused to look up. He was staring at his desk, where he had plucked his potted Free to pieces. It was a gift from Corps Director Niele, from when he had left her service for the excitement of teaching a newly discovered species to speak Kongi. Somehow, in the last hour, he had snapped the stone-hard limbs into pebble-sized chunks without even knowing it. It confused him. Surely he would have heard himself doing it. Keagle came in, unbidden. What you did today is unfortunate, but it must be done. Of course it was. Trill knew that. It was a leftover tradition from the formation of Congress, when the Drith had to teach the first Ureki the art of war. The Ureki, artists and craftsmen all, had refused to fight. The Drith, pitiless warriors that they were, began executing 10% of every incoming class on principle, keeping only the strongest, killing the weak as an example. Yet, in forcing the peace-loving Ureki to adapt the skills of war, the Drith had hit upon such an overwhelmingly successful tactic that it would be passed down from generation to generation of the Congressional Army for almost 2 million years. Kill the rebels and the sickly as a warning to the others. Show them the consequences of failure. Prove to them that it wasn't a game. Give them incentive to succeed. As a former intelligence officer, Trill was well versed in the psychology behind it, but he had still never thought it would be so hard. They were aliens. Why should it have bothered him to shoot aliens? The answer was simple. The large human. The one who almost scraped the low ceiling of the ship corridors with his head when he walked, and whose body should have been floating through space in their backwash, not protected by congressional law as a recruit in his own unit. The human's condemnation still rang in his ears, his disgust and disdain like acid against his soul. We've all got to do it, one day or another, Keagle said softly. Trill idly began to try and piece the Free back together. The fragments kept falling back to the desk with a stony clatter. As he stared at it, Keagle moved forward and gently pushed the plant away. It's never easy. I've done it too many times myself.
That sooty human didn't make it any easier,
Trill managed. Abruptly, he picked up the remains of the fur-lee and threw it against the wall, shattering what was left. Kegel watched the pieces settle on the floor. He looked apologetic. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have taken him. Trill said nothing, but he felt a pang of satisfaction at his secondary commander's admission. He ran again, Commander Kegel offered, embarrassed me in front of the entire regiment. Trill picked at the crumbled black stone littering his desk. Now I've got to deal with him for the next 3 turns. Softly, Trill said,
There's plenty on the ship willing to get rid of him for you. Especially after what he did on Earth.
I know. Kegel brushed a few pieces of the fur-lee plant into his balled fist. But I chose him. I'll live with my decision.
Even if the rest of the regiment thinks it's ridiculous?
Trill demanded. Especially then. Kegel dropped the fragments into the waste system. You should prepare for stasis. Ship's shutting the crew down for travel in an hour. He walked to the door, then hesitated at the jamb to turn back. I'm sorry it was your turn today. It's never easy. He turned and left. In the silence that followed, Trill stared at his empty desk.
They're gassing us.
Joe groaned as something lit up his brain on the inside, like a flashlight of God poking up against his eyeball.
I think this one made it. Had a bit of a severe reaction to the forced metabolic stasis, but he's still showing life signs.
This suit is dead. Wonder if the other regiments had similar reactions.
Damn, we got another corpse over here.
These sooty things are so delicate. The searing light in Joe's retina retreated, and his eyelids slapped shut. These 2 are fine.
Yeah, this whole section is good.
That's it. 14 total. Not bad for the first time shipping humans. Grab the bodies. We'll let the soot-bag thugs sleep while they can. They won't be getting much of it for the next 3 turns. Joe groaned and felt himself slipping back into the deepest sleep he'd ever known. A few hours later, he was woken in a disorienting rush of guttural alien shouting and sudden blinding light. After Joe stumbled to his feet on strangely lethargic limbs, their Ureki captors bustled Joe and the other kids out of their room and into the same huge auditorium where they had shot Harry. They had, Joe noticed, cleaned up the shit stains in the center of the room. As the aliens lined them up, Joe concentrated on learning as much as he could about them. After enduring the ubiquitous crimson haze on the rest of the spacecraft, the glaring white light of the gymnasium was a welcome change for his aching eyes, and he was able to see them clearly for the first time since yesterday's slaughter. The aliens weren't wearing their glossy black suits again today, leaving the elephant-like skin of their brown bodies exposed along their necks and a V down their chests where their robe-like uniforms tied like a karate gi at the front. Though initial pundits' impressions suggested they were some sort of water-dwelling creatures by the gills and tentacles, Joe was beginning to think that Sam was right. They really looked like fat, squat monkeys with tentacles instead of arms. Then, in front of 300 other kids, the aliens made Joe strip. Sure, they made everybody strip, but Joe felt his cheeks burn because he was one of the only kids with pubic hair, and he could feel a bunch of the little kids staring at it. He gritted his teeth and tried to ignore them. Didn't anyone nowadays teach their kids not to stare? It was rude. Joe was folding his jeans on the floor in front of him as the aliens instructed when something metallic fell from his pocket, hitting his toe. Joe bent to snatch it up. His dad's pocket knife. A cheap little Swiss Army deal that his dad had always carried with him, whether he was in the woods or at a business meeting. Joe had kept it in his pocket ever since he'd found Dad's friend Manny, strung up in a parking meter, half his chest blown apart, the knife clasped in the guy's dead fingers. Joe glanced up to see if any of the aliens had seen the weapon. They hadn't. They were too busy forcing the kids that wouldn't strip out of their clothes. He straightened, one hand fisted around the knife, the other grasping his crotch, and he tried not to flinch when one of the Oreki took his clothes away. After the kids who refused to strip had their clothes ripped off of them and discarded while the aliens taunted them and made them cry, the Oreki had them reform into lines. Commander Trill inspected them like this, walking among the naked ranks and peering at them with slitted brown eyes. He stopped at Joe and gave him a smug look. In that moment, Joe wanted nothing more than to rip the alien's head off his shoulders. Instead, he was too humiliated to let go of his groin. Trill turned away from Joe as the one called Kegel went to the front of the room to address the entire gathering. Through the little black translator around his neck, Kegel loudly said,
"Listen to me, frightened, tacky scum. I am Secondary Commander Kegel of the Oreki Ground Force. That Oreki over there is Small Commander Linen, and the one standing at the head of the ranks is Small Commander Trill. You are now part of 6th Battalion. Commander Trill, Commander Linen, and myself will be your commanding officers throughout training."
Joe's stomach recoiled when Trill turned back to once again meet his eyes.
He's in my battalion?
Instinctively, he knew that wasn't good. Commander Kegel went on, heedless.
"It is my job to inform you that you are now property of the Congressional Army. Any injuries you incur, any damage you cause, any expense for your outfitting beyond standard costs will be paid with extra service added to your contract. You all began with 33 standard turns of duty to look forward to. For all of you except one, that number is still in effect."
Joe's gut twisted in fear. He knew which one.
"For the next 3 turns, until you graduate as a full member of the Congressional Army, you will be referred to by numbers. My battle masters will be passing among you, handing out temporary armbands with your recruit number on them. As soon as you get your number, strap it to your arm. Memorize it, because that's all you will be allowed to use for the next 3 turns."
The aliens began passing out armbands. Joe held out his hand as the closest alien approached him, but it ignored him, giving an armband to the kid beside, behind, and in front of Joe. Reddening, Joe lowered his arm and stared straight ahead, refusing to let them bully him. Commander Kegel stopped in front of Joe.
"Why don't you have a number?"
You never gave me one, Joe said. Asshole.
"That's unfortunate.
Kegel's gaze was hard.
We seem to have run out. As the battalion was only supposed to have room for 900, you can be 0.
Joe's flush deepened. He knew some of the kids had died in travel. He'd woken up to missing faces. He'd heard the aliens talking. He knew they could give him a number. One of the smallest kids in the room raised her hand.
"What?"
the alien asked, eyes locked with Joe.
"Can I make him an armband?"
she asked.
"I know how to draw a 0. "No,"
Kegel said.
0 doesn't need an armband.
Kegel cocked his head, looking up at him.
"After all, 0s don't exist. Do they, 0?
Joe straightened over the alien, staring down at him. His every fiber was telling him to fight, to pound Kegel's smug face in. The alien leaned closer, its sticky, slitted eyes almost close enough to touch Joe's chin.
"Need another lesson, 0? Didn't learn the first time?"
Joe leaned down until they were face to face.
Bring it on,
Joe replied. The slits along the sides of Kegel's neck started to flutter. In an instant, a meaty, boneless arm lashed out, catching Joe in the jaw hard enough to crack teeth. Joe spun out of formation, landing in a daze on the floor, his face on fire.
"Do you need medical attention, 0?
Kegel demanded, walking up to him.
"We both know how deeply it would pain me to add another 3 turns to your service."
3 turns? What the hell does that mean? Weeks? Months? Years? Joe pushed himself back to his feet, fists clenched. It took all his self-control not to swing at the snake-eyed bastard.
So the ashy Ferg is smarter than its father. A shame. It would have been interesting if you'd followed in his footsteps. Congressional soldiers can always use more target practice.
In that instant, a switch flipped in Joe's head and all he saw was red. In an instant of madness, Joe tackled Kegel and crawled on top of him as he fell, ramming his fists into the sides of his soft skull. Before he could open the pocket knife and use the blade on him, however, Kegel threw Joe 20 feet across the room with one boneless arm. 2 seconds later, the other Ureki were on him, over 12 of them at once, and the beating that followed seared Joe's memory like a branding iron. When it was over, they left him there in full view of the rest of the children, his arms and legs each shattered in multiple places by the Ureki's heavy arms. Joe's last thought before surrendering to oblivion was of the little red Swiss Army knife he'd found in Manny Hernandez's fingers, surrounded by a pool of blood.
Give me control of the modification unit.
Commander Kegel was scowling at the medical officers as they carted the human away for repairs. Without looking at Trill, his secondary commander growled,
What for, Commander Trill?
He's in my platoon, sir.
Trill replied.
He's my responsibility.
We shouldn't even be using the modification unit, Kegel muttered. It's for prisoners, not recruits. It stays with me.
Despite his words, Kegel's Sudah were fluttering in his neck, betraying his frustration. Trill understood. Such a show of disobedience in front of a third of the battalion would make it harder to control the rest of the children.
Why didn't you use it this afternoon? Why let the Ferg attack you like that?
Commander Kegel turned on him, anger in his eyes.
I didn't let him do anything, Commander,
he snapped, startling Trill.
I deliberately provoked him. I took a lesson from the Trith and used him as an example. If you could not see that, you're as daft as he is.
The disdain with which the Vakala had spoken to him in front of the other Ureki cast members made Trill tense. He glanced to the side and saw that several of his own subordinates were watching the exchange with interest. Struggling to regain composure, Trill said,
He's giving the other children ideas.
No, Commander Kegel said bluntly.
He's showing them that disobedience has consequences.
Trill decided to try a new tactic.
If I had the modification unit, I could—
No!
Still watching the departing physicians, Kegel made an irritated gesture at the naked, whimpering humans.
Go give your recruits their vid time, Commander. I'll deal with Zero.
At that, Trill's commander turned and followed the path the medics had taken. When Joe woke up, he was surprised that they had patched him up as good as new. Every broken bone, every bruise, every cut was healed. A new anger rose in Joe's throat as he looked down at himself, flexing limbs that he had seen twisted back upon themselves earlier that morning. The evidence was unmistakable. They hadn't needed to kill the sickly kids. They could have healed them, just like they had Joe, and they would have been good soldiers out of gratitude for it. But they had needed to make examples out of them, so they blew their heads off instead. Spiritually and emotionally sick, Joe was barely paying attention when the alien medic told him they'd tacked another 6 turns onto his enlistment to pay for his medical treatment. The medic never mentioned finding a little red pocket knife, and Joe knew he wasn't getting it back. Somehow, that knowledge was worse than the extra time he'd have to serve. It was the only thing he'd retained of home, the only thing he had of Dad's. He wanted to grab the alien and shout at him, demand it back, fight until he had it, but Joe knew that the medics had probably dumped it into one of the trash holes as soon as they had found it. Numbly, Joe put on the loose white shorts and matching t-shirt the medic gave him and followed him to a line of similarly dressed kids standing in booths with little TVs inside them. The pictures were of people talking, and immediately Joe wondered if it was some sort of brainwashing session disguised as free time. Only when the alien pushed him inside one of the booths did Joe realize the screen held his mother's image. It looked older. Thinking it was some sort of trick, Joe started to back out of the booth.
Joe?
Joe hesitated, staring down at her. Her hair was messy and her eyes were red from crying. She looked so real. How could she be there? Weren't they traveling 1 billion miles an hour through space? Was this some weird mind trick the aliens were playing on them? Subliminal messages? Joe turned to the alien outside the booth.
What's going on?
The alien gave him a dispassionate look. Through its translator it said,
Congressional law states every recruit must have 6 ticks to speak with its family before training begins.
The alien glanced at a group of moving squiggles under Joe's mother and its face scrunched.
You have 5 left.
Joe dove back into the booth.
Mom?
Joe!
She looked so relieved, so happy, so different from the last time he'd seen her, when she had thought it would be Sam leaving her, not Joe.
Thank God. Joe, I've been waiting so long to talk to you. Are you okay? What's happening there? Have they hurt you?
Joe took a long look at his mother's face. It was lined with worry. She looked like she'd aged 10 years since that first day the aliens landed in Washington. She was paler, almost gaunt. Her eye sockets were heavy and dark from lack of sleep. He decided she needed to hear good news. As much as he wanted to tell her his problems, beg her to find a way to help him, he said,
No. They haven't hurt me. I'm doing fine.
His mother's face momentarily slackened with relief. Then a line formed in between her brows.
That's not what the other parents are saying. They're saying the aliens are killing kids, and
they're not. They're just little crybabies. They don't understand.
His mom smiled and looked like she was crying.
You're so brave, Joe. You remind me so much of your father.
Joe had to look away from the screen, digging his fingernails into his palms to keep the tears at bay.
Has Dad come back yet?
On the screen, his mother's face contorted.
You know he hasn't. Why do you keep asking? You're not as young as Sam. You know he's—
Where is Sam?
Joe interrupted. His mother's face softened.
Here. You saved him, Joe. You actually saved him.
She sounded so stunned and happy. Glad. Glad that it was Joe on the ship, not Sam. Joe bit his lip and looked at the wall beside the unit.
They didn't come back for him?
He'd been wondering why he hadn't caught sight of the know-it-all bastard in the panicked throng of kids.
It was the last sweep, Joe.
His mom gave him an agonized look.
Sammy made it back home and the aliens left. They've been gone for 2 years, Joe. Sammy's okay. You saved him.
2 years. Joe felt oddly numb. Sam got to stay, and Joe was with the aliens.
Because he ran like a pussy and left me to die.
He must have said it out loud because his mother's face hardened on the screen.
He was 10, you insensitive bastard.
Sammy always had been a mama's boy.
You wanted him to fight aliens, Joe? At 10? Why, so he could get his face blown off like your father?
And her favorite. Sammy had always been her favorite.
He left his own brother to die,
Joe snapped.
They had guns to my head, Mom. And he just left.
Seeing how you got him caught in the first place, Joe,
his mother said, her voice cold and utterly even, like ice.
I'd say it's only fair you took his place.
And it was obvious Sam was her favorite, seeing the fury in her face, the outrage at the idea that Sam should have risked his life to save Joe. Joe had always wondered, but had never worked up the balls to ask. And here, plain as day, was his answer. Looking at him like she was disgusted he was still breathing. Joe, his father's son, the football jock, the C student, the Marine wannabe who never really had any serious aspirations beyond retiring a USMC staff sergeant, shoved aside for a skinny little math whiz who'd had a college recruiter from MIT come over to watch Sam do Joe's trig homework for him while Sam chewed gum, played 2 MMORPGs, listened to Bach, and watched a pirated Star Trek rerun in the background.
Of course she wants him more than me, Joe thought. Sam's a genius.
Joe was just average. Then the alien monitoring his call terminated the connection so the kid behind Joe could have a chance. Joe left the booth feeling like someone had poured acid over his insides. Chapter 4. Joe's Ground Team. That night, after everyone had made their mandatory phone calls, Joe and the others were lined up once more in the brightly lit gymnasium. This time, the aliens arranged them in groups of 6. They put the tallest in front, the youngest in back.
You are now a member of 6th Battalion,
Commander Kegel told them once they were arranged.
It contains roughly 900 recruits, monitored by a single secondary commander. Myself, 2 small commanders, Small Commander Trill and Small Commander Lennon, and 10 battle masters, whom you will acquaint yourselves with personally as your training goes on. Normally, a battalion is led by a tertiary commander, but as one of the senior officers of this tacky screw, I was chosen to lead the brigade as well. Likewise, Prime Commander Legras is in charge of both 2nd Battalion and the regiment as a whole.
He stopped, letting that sink in. When none of the kids interrupted him, and in fact stared at him in slack-jawed silence, Commander Kegel gestured around the room.
What you see here is your half of the battalion, called a company. You belong to 1st Company, 6th Battalion of the 2nd Brigade, 87th Regiment of the 14th Human Ground Force. But for the rest of your training, all you really need to concern yourselves with are battalion level and below. Brigades, regiments, and ground forces are only brought together during ceremonies or times of war. Understand so far?
Nobody did, of course, but that didn't stop him from plowing onward.
A company has 450 members, arranged into 75 ground teams. A ground team has 6 members. Because half of you ignorant tacky can't yet count, we've organized you into groups of 6.
Commander Kegel gestured at the lines behind them.
Take a good look behind you. These are your ground mates for the next 3 turns.
Joe glanced behind him. The kid in the back of his group was easily the smallest girl in the room. He had trouble believing she was 5. It was the same little girl who had offered to make him a 0 when Kegel ran out of armbands. Remembering that, Joe grinned. She gave him a tentative smile around her thumb.
From now on, the 6 of you will eat, sleep, bathe, and crap together. The recruit in front will make sure the rest of the group does this properly or he will be punished. Further,
Commander Kegel cut off as 5 new Ureki strode into the room, a very pale, scarred alien at their lead.
Battlemaster Nebel, take it from here. I'm late for a vid meeting with Legras.
The much paler newcomer nodded and swiftly moved toward the front of the formation.
Sir,
Trill interrupted, stepping toward Kegel.
I'm the small commander of the company. Perhaps I would be better suited to—
Nebel, make sure they understand their responsibilities,
Kegel said, then departed. Commander Trill shot a furious look at Kegel's back. Battlemaster Nebel seemed to be of the same mold as Kegel, with pale skin and drooping folds of flesh. His neck, arms, and head, every exposed inch of his rough brown skin, were likewise marred by horrible, gruesome claw marks, mixing with the rumpled, circular marks Joe guessed were gunshots, though nothing as intense as Kegel's. Still, compared to Trill's dark, unblemished skin, Nebel looked as if he'd been run through a meat grinder. Nebel stood back to eye them, saying nothing. As time went on and Nebel didn't move, several kids started to scuff their feet uncomfortably under his perusal. After several minutes of just staring at them, he twisted his tentacles behind his back and began walking in front of their ranks, looking them up and down like a warden in a Nazi concentration camp. After several minutes of silence, one of the big kids tentatively raised his hand. At Nebel's grunt, the kid said,
How do we keep our groundmates in line? How do you keep them in line?
Battlemaster Nebel snorted.
However you burning feel like it.
He started pacing again, watching them. His sticky brown eyes caught on Joe and paused there.
What he means is,
Trill began. Still looking at Joe, Nebel spoke over Trill with the unstoppable force of a locomotive running over a duck.
but if they've got to go to medical, it will be you who gets time added to your enlistment.
Joe actually got chills, getting the specific idea that Battlemaster Nebel was talking to him.
So, we can hit them?
A girl with a grotesquely large lower jaw insisted. She looked like some sort of piranha, with her chin jutting out past her nose. The child in the back of her group whimpered. Nebel continued to hold Joe's gaze for a moment before he turned and looked her up and down, the silence filling the room absolute.
You can do anything you want as long as they can fight at the end of the day.
Inwardly, Joe groaned. Were they trying to turn everyone into bullies?
But
Nebel said, looking back at Joe.
keep in mind you'll have to rely on them in battle. They might end up saving your life. Or not. It all boils down to trust, and if you squirming tacky break that confidence, they're not going to...
Trill interrupted him.
We're running out of time. Group leaders, take a moment to get to know your teammates. You have 3 ticks.
Nebel turned and gave Trill a silent stare, but did not contradict him. Joe turned to face the 5 kids behind him.
Everyone get over here, he said, squatting. Group huddle.
Only the youngest 2 moved. The older 3 glared at him. Joe sighed and positioned himself closer so he could see them all.
My name's Joe,
he said, surveying them.
Look, we're in some pretty deep crap, but I'm going to do everything I can to get us out of here.
This got their attention. The sniffling 5-year-old shuffled forward and said,
I want my mom. We got the smallest kid in the whole room,
the oldest boy complained. He had a shock of red hair bright enough to make a leprechaun jealous.
You also got the biggest,
Joe said. He smiled at the little girl.
What's your name?
Maggie?
The girl whimpered.
You the one who wanted to draw me a 0, Mag?
She nodded, wiping snot from her nose with her sleeve. Joe ruffled her hair.
I'd like that. Just as soon as we find something to write with, okay?
Maggie sniffled and nodded. Joe turned to the oldest boy. The redhead was skinny, more Celtic than Nordic, and didn't even come up to Joe's chest. The kid looked like he had spent much of his life laughing before the draft. Now his big, expressive face was strained with worry and the dimples were almost unnoticeable. He, like everybody else in the room, was gaunt and hungry-looking.
I'm Scott,
the red-headed kid said, his body tense, blue eyes wary.
How old are you, Scott?
Joe said, looking him up and down.
10.
Joe looked at the other groups in exasperation. Some had 3, even 4 kids, 10 and older. Some of those didn't have anyone under 8.
What about you?
He asked a skinny, freckled girl with big eyelashes.
I'm Carol, and I'm 6.
Joe nodded and glanced at the older girl with a puff of curly African hair and bright brown eyes.
What about you?
He asked. She stared at the floor, twining her fingers shyly.
Libby, I'm 8.
That's some hair you got there, Libby.
Libby looked up and gave a tentative smile, displaying an unfortunate array of twisted front teeth. Feeling a pang of sympathy for her, Joe grinned back.
And you?
He asked the last kid, who was somewhere in size between Libby and Carol. The hazel-eyed boy grinned, making his big ears stick out even further.
Eric, but everybody calls me Elf.
He had curly black hair that, coupled with the ears, made Joe immediately think of something he would have seen in Santa's workshop.
I can see why. How old are you, Elf?
8.
Carol held up her hand.
You don't have to raise your hand. What is it?
If he gets to be called Elf, I want to be Monk.
Why?
Because that's what my dad calls me.
He calls you Monk?
Yeah. It's short for chipmunk.
Huh. Okay, Monk. I'm Joe.
Monk gave him a long look, peering up at him like an entomologist studying a funny-looking insect.
Are you really 12, Joe?
Joe blushed, feeling the other's attention immediately sharpen.
No, I'm 14.
Scott's eyes widened.
Then how— He's bad,
Monk interrupted.
Dad told me bad kids get sent to the conkies.
Immediately, Maggie's tiny chin began to quiver. Joe shot Monk an irritated look, then squatted and grabbed Maggie by the shoulders.
Look, Mag, you weren't bad. It didn't have anything to do with that. They needed kids a certain age for their army, that's all.
So why are you here?
Monk insisted.
You're too old.
Oh, God, just shut up,
Joe wished, watching Maggie grow ever closer to an all-out bawling session. He certainly recognized the look. He'd seen it on Sam enough times.
I was stupid,
he muttered, hoping Monk would leave it at that.
You mean you were bad?
No, I was stupid. Just drop it, all right?
I saw you try to beat up that alien,
Elf said.
They kicked your butt.
He grinned, flexing his ears with the force of his smile.
That was him?
Scott's eyes widened.
I thought they killed that kid.
Joe glanced at the glossy black ceiling, willing himself patience.
Look, they're not going to kill us. They'll just patch us up and put more time on our enlistments.
What's an enlistment?
Maggie and Monk asked at the same time, blinking up at him in innocent curiosity.
Oh, crap. I can't do this,
Joe thought, trying to figure out how to tell 5 little kids that they were about to spend half their lives as indentured servants to aliens who wanted to throw them into a meat grinder just to see what came out the other end. He began, wincing.
It means time you owe to the army. I just owe a little bit more time for that fight earlier. No biggie.
So that was you?
Scott asked in awe. Before Joe could answer, Commander Trill barked,
Time's up! Get back in line!
Joe stood up and went back to the front of the group. Trill had taken up the head of the formation, with Battlemaster Nebel standing to one side, tentacles twisted in front of him in a formal posture, his bleached brown eyes betraying nothing of his thoughts. Scott tugged on Joe's sleeve.
Maggie's not in line.
Joe turned around and cursed under his breath. Maggie was clutching Libby's skinny black leg, tears leaking down her cheeks. Her thumb was back in her mouth. Joe got out of line and ushered Maggie to the back. She refused to stay put. He was pleading with her when Commander Trill snapped,
0! Get up here!
Joe flinched and reluctantly turned to face Trill. Swallowing hard, he straightened and walked up to the squat, orange-streaked alien, steeling himself. As expected, Trill slammed a heavy, boneless tentacle into Joe's gut, doubling him over.
That's for taking too long. Now get back in line,
Trill said. He waited, clearly wanting Joe to disobey. And for a moment, Joe almost did. Fighting the urge to dismantle the Oreki's face, Joe straightened and limped back to his group. All 5 of the others were staring at him, wide-eyed. He winked at them.
There are 37 blue spheres behind me,
Trill said once Joe was back in place.
Approximately 1 for every 2 ground teams. Each ground team that has a sphere in their possession 9 ticks from now will eat lunch this afternoon. Starting now.
Joe frowned.
1 for every 2?
He froze, realizing Trill's intent.
Stay here!
Joe cried to his ground team. He bolted forward for a ball and snatched it up as quickly as he could. A few others of the bigger kids moved with him, but most of the company just stared at the alien dumbly.
Did I say stand there and stare?
Trill demanded.
I said fight, you miserable tacky! Go get a ball!
By the time Joe jogged back to his team, genuine panic was spreading throughout the room and mini-battles began breaking out over the balls. Joe hefted Maggie onto his shoulders and hurriedly gathered the others around him and backed them into a corner. With Joe holding the ball, no one challenged them, though others were not so lucky. In the end, one of the groups with a majority of 12-year-olds had 2 balls and there were 39 groups with none.
Those of you who turned in balls may go to the chow hall,
Trill said.
The rest of you will run until they come back.
He's going to starve them,
Joe realized. Disgusted. That must have occurred to the other kids, too, because their hungry faces were beginning to scrunch in sobs of loss and defeat. Seeing some of the less fortunate groups with a majority of toddlers, Joe almost felt sorry enough to toss them a ball. Then he thought of Maggie, Monk, Scott, Elf, and Libby, and realized he had to worry about them now.
Come on, guys,
Joe said tiredly.
let's go eat.
He turned and led them after the flow of sphere-bearing teams, leaving the losers behind with Trill. An Ureki collected their balls as they exited, then funneled them down a corridor like cattle through a slaughter chute. Joe carried Maggie on his shoulders, her tiny fingers gripping tufts of his hair to hold herself steady as he bent low to keep from slamming her head into the low cafeteria doorframe. The cafeteria itself was filled with rows of long ebony tables made of the same glossy black material as the rest of the ship. Ahead, dozens of kids stood in line to receive big white bowls of food an alien took from the nozzle of a humming metal box. The food machine was the first piece of furniture Joe had seen that wasn't made of the strange black stuff, but it was creepy in its own right. The blue metal had an iridescent sheen to it, making it shimmer and glow like ice. It reminded him of the thing around his ankle.
Everybody here?
Joe asked, glancing behind him. Scott made a face.
Might as well not be. The stuff is gross.
Joe eyed the alien serving the recruits their food.
I haven't tasted it yet. Too busy racking up extra time on my enlistment.
It's green,
Maggie said, atop his shoulders.
and it tastes like the dog bowl.
Elf wrinkled his nose.
Ew. Maggie drinks from the dog bowl.
Monk laughed.
No, she doesn't,
Joe said, as they continued to shuffle slowly down the line towards the humming food machine. He cocked his head up at her.
Do you, Mag?
He could feel Maggie's pout when she said,
It tastes better than the fish bowl. Ew!
Elf screeched.
Quiet,
Joe said, catching the eye of one of the aliens.
they're watching us.
That silenced the others immediately.
Still think it's gross,
Scott muttered under his breath. When they reached the machine, doling out their allotted meals, Joe realized the food the aliens were trying to feed them was, to all appearances, pond scum. Nevertheless, Joe was at the point he would have eaten worms had worms been offered to him. He accepted a bowl for himself and another for Maggie, then led the group over to an empty table.
Where are the spoons for this stuff?
Joe asked, lowering Maggie to the bench.
They don't give us spoons.
Libby said.
We've got to use our hands.
Bastards.
Joe looked at the pudding-like green slime for a moment, then scooped up a glob of the stuff with a finger and tasted it. Immediately, his stomach recoiled. It tasted like pond scum.
Not that good, is it?
Elf asked, his green-brown eyes watching his expression. The other kids, too, were watching him, obviously waiting to take their cue from the big kid. Joe smoothed his features and forced himself to eat some more.
It's good. Kinda tastes like sushi.
Sushi's gross.
Monk cried.
Then you haven't been eating the right sushi.
Joe scooped a handful into his mouth and forced himself to swallow. It was like forcing liquid slime down his throat, and it was everything Joe could do not to gag in front of the kiddies. Struggling with every mouthful, Joe finished his bowl, then tried to get Maggie to eat. She stoutly refused. Instead, she began to cry, and no amount of soothing words would get her to stop. Eventually, Commander Trill noticed.
Silence that recruit, Zero.
The Ureki strode over to their table and hovered over him, anticipation in his sticky brown eyes. Joe stiffened. The bastard had followed him to the cafeteria and was looking for reasons to punish him. Joe felt like tossing Maggie's bowl of scum into the alien's face, but that wouldn't be fair to Maggie.
I'm working on it,
Joe said, as evenly as he could. Trill hit him, a soft blow compared to what Joe had already endured, but it almost knocked him off the bench nonetheless. The alien actually looked pleased as he said,
You will address me as Commander Trill or Sir, tacky scum.
Sir Tacky Scum.
Got it. In Joe's arms, Maggie began to cry louder. Commander Trill drew back to hit her too, but Joe pulled her out of the way, putting his body between her and the alien. He stood up so he could stare down at his aggressor.
Leave her alone. She's just hungry.
Trill glanced at the uneaten bowl of food, then at Maggie.
She's not eating?
Seeing the eager look on Trill's face, Joe felt a lump of dread pool in his gut.
She'll eat it,
he said quickly, not trusting his tone.
See that she does.
Commander Trill said.
If she doesn't, she will be force-fed.
The bastard would probably enjoy it, too. Joe's heart began to pound as he wondered how he would get Maggie to eat. Giving Maggie a last parting look, the alien left them for another victim across the cafeteria. Joe swiveled and tugged Maggie against his chest, patting her back as he watched the alien leave. After Trill was out of sight, Joe held Maggie out in front of him.
Mag, listen to me. You've got to eat.
I don't want to eat,
Maggie cried.
I want my mom!
She was hyperventilating, tears streaming down her face in force.
That alien's looking at us again,
Scott whispered. Immediately, Joe switched tactics.
So you had a dog, Maggie? Was it yours?
It's my brother's!
You said you had a fishbowl. You have fish?
She perked up a little. Sniffling, she said,
I've got guppies.
Oh, guppies! They're pretty, aren't they?
Maggie's teary gray eyes widened, and she nodded.
Jabber's got spots.
I always wanted guppies. What about you, Scott? Did you ever have guppies?
Scott shot a glance at Commander Trill and shook his head.
See? Not even Scott had guppies. How many guppies did you have, Mag?
5,
she said immediately, obviously having been drilled by her parents.
5? Wow. Did you feed them?
Maggie grinned, nodding.
1 pinch.
She put her tiny thumb and forefinger together and held it up to his face.
Good,
Joe said, grinning.
When I get guppies, I'll make sure to give them a pinch. I've got some food I keep at home just for when I get guppies. You know what fish food tastes like, Mag?
Maggie shook her head, enthralled.
Sure you do. It's really good.
Ew,
Elf began. Joe shot him a glare, and he shut his mouth with a snap.
Mom didn't let me eat the fish food.
Maggie bemoaned.
She didn't? Well, that's too bad. You mind if I eat your fish food, Mag?
Maggie frowned.
I don't have any fish food anymore.
Then what's that right there?
Joe pointed to the uneaten glop in her bowl. Maggie followed his gaze, and her frown deepened.
That's yuck.
No, that's fish food. They dry it out so it can fit in the canisters better. Sometimes they even dye it different colors so the guppies will have prettier spots.
Maggie's eyes widened, and she looked back at the slop in her bowl. Monk rolled her eyes, and Scott elbowed her in the side.
But,
Joe said,
when it's green like that, that's the special stuff. You ever heard of Popeye, Mag?
Maggie's eyes lit up.
Popeye eats fish food?
Joe couldn't have been more relieved.
Yeah, loves it. It's just concentrated spinach. Makes you grow big and strong. So, can I have your fish food, Mag?
He said the last and held his breath, knowing that everything was going to hinge on Maggie's answer. Teary-eyed, Maggie glanced at him, then to her bowl, then back at him. Her little brow furrowed.
You don't need any more,
she said, pulling her bowl away from him.
You're big enough.
So you want to give it to Elf instead?
Joe demanded. Maggie frowned at Elf, who grinned back at her. Possessively, she pulled the bowl away from Elf, too.
It's mine,
Maggie said. She stuck a tiny finger into the slime and sampled it. Immediately, she wrinkled her nose.
Tastes bad.
That's all the good stuff they put in it,
Joe said quickly,
for the guppies.
And Popeye?
And Popeye.
Maggie gave the green goo an uncertain look, and for a moment, Joe thought she would shove it away again. Then, tears still glistening on her cheeks, she took a deep breath, visibly steadied herself, and proceeded to eat everything in her bowl.
I guess it's not so bad,
she said when she finished. Then she glanced down at herself.
I think I'm getting bigger already,
she cried, holding up her arm for Joe. Monk snorted, but Joe obligingly pinched Maggie's bicep between thumb and forefinger.
What do you think, Scott?
He demanded, giving the little girl's arm a squeeze.
Show him your Popeye muscle, Mag.
Maggie flexed, looking up at Scott expectantly. Over her head, Joe shot him a warning glance. Dimples looking like they were about to burst, Scott managed,
Soon you'll be picking fights like a pro, Maggie. I don't like to fight,
Maggie said, deflating.
Then you're in the wrong place, stupid,
Monk said.
We're gonna be soldiers.
Looking at her excited face, Joe doubted Monk knew what a soldier was. None of them did, because they were kids and they should be playing jacks and chasing butterflies and building tree forts, not trapped on an alien ship learning about war. Once again, as one of the only ones in the whole room who truly understood what the aliens had in store for them, Joe felt the weight of responsibility suffocating him. As his 5 groundmates argued the merits of soldiering, Joe suddenly felt ancient, an old man in a room full of children. This wasn't fair. They were just kids. He wanted to run up to someone who would listen and scream at them that this wasn't supposed to happen to kids. A few minutes later, everyone's heads snapped around when Commander Trill suddenly shouted,
Now you've eaten! Get out! Head back to the gym! Run!
Joe snatched up Maggie, and they ran. Back in Battlemaster Nebel's care, they joined the exhausted, sweaty-faced losers for 3 hours of physical exercise. By the time Nebel was finished with them and sent them back to their barracks room, the entire platoon looked like zombies, and everyone was too tired to cry. Chapter 5. Early Balding.
You should have let me kill him.
The officers' hall fell silent at his words. Everyone had taken off the hated translation devices and had been engaged in the first real Ureki conversation they'd managed to enjoy since the choosing process began. Now they waited, every Suda fluttering in silent anticipation of Kegel's next words. Very slowly, Kegel put down his meal and wiped his mouth. Kill who, Commander Trill? He asked, taking entirely too long to look up at him, almost as if he were bored. Trill scowled at his superior. Kegel was a soot-loving ferg. The bureaucrats had given him too much credit for his battle record. Anyone who looked him in the Suda could see he wasn't worthy of a brigade.
You said yourself Legras planned on killing him,
Trill continued.
Why else take him onto the ship? He's too old for our needs. The food is designed for younger recruits. It will wreak havoc on his system. Why spare him?
I changed my mind, small Commander Trill, Kegel said in that same, even, unhurried tone. It is not your place to question me. Hearing that, from a Vakala still bearing the scars of his shame, made Trill Suda speed up in anger.
Just as it wasn't your place to defy Legras,
he demanded, knowing that, as a Yiri, Trill's position would be heard amongst the other castes. No one, however, raised a voice to support him. In fact, if anything, the others in the room seemed to be glaring at him. Commander Lennon was carefully picking at his plate, looking like he wanted to sink out of sight. He could feel Battlemaster Nebel's ancient eyes on him, filled with disdain. His skin prickling, Trill ignored the aging Ureki. The Ferg had been a prime commander several times, only to keep getting repeatedly demoted to Battlemaster just as soon as he gained a regiment of his own. Incompetence and Gen Ferglings. He was surrounded by them. Holding his gaze, Kegel gave him a long, cold glance. I defied no one, Commander. I claimed a child slated for execution, as was my right. Commander Legras himself backed me. Trill switched tactics.
He's a troublemaker. We knew that when Legras took him aboard. Next time he creates problems for us, we should get rid of him. It would give us back the respect we lost when we didn't kill him.
He's a recruit now, Commander Trill,
Battlemaster Nebel barked.
Protected by congressional law. He was entrusted to our care.
He looked him up and down, his pale brown eyes raking over him in pure disdain.
You would break the founding principles of our society to save face?
A couple Ureki in the hall snickered, and Trill felt his Suda flutter.
The human lost all fear of us when I didn't shoot him, he retorted. I saw it this afternoon when I confronted one of his recruits who wasn't eating.
Technically, making his recruits eat is his responsibility, Trill, Kegel reminded him. It is not your place to interfere.
Frustrated, Trill slapped a hand to the table.
Give me control of the modifier, sir. He will not respect us until—
Speaking of respect, Trill,
Kegel interrupted calmly.
I hear you took over the class after I specifically gave it to Nebel. Did you not respect my decision? Or was it Legraw's personal order, commissioning me as 2nd Brigade's secondary commander, you did not respect? Or perhaps you simply have no respect for my authority as your commanding officer. What is it exactly that you failed to respect?
Trill's eyes dropped to the 7-pointed star on Kegel's chest, and he could feel the heavy silence that followed suffocate the room like it had been stuffed with sand. The only sounds the whispers of his Suda as they fluttered in his neck. Sputtering, he said,
Of course, I respect your decisions. Battlemaster Nebel was rambling. We were under a time constraint, and I decided I needed to cut him off before another battalion arrived to train.
Battlemaster Nebel, were you rambling?
Not that I was aware of, sir,
Battlemaster Nebel replied, the ancient Ureki Suda absolutely still. Trill scowled at him. Turning back to face him, Kegel said,
He says he wasn't rambling.
Faced with the cold disapproval of his secondary commander, Trill swallowed.
Perhaps my perceptions were off. I do respect your decisions, sir.
Then you will respect my decision to keep the modifier.
Frustration tightened Trill's every inner fiber. Never before had he experienced a Vakala who did not bow to a Yiri's greater station when it came to decisions of politics. Glaring, he growled,
You had the bad grace to put him in my company. The least you can do is give me adequate means of controlling him.
Nebel did not seem to have a problem controlling him,
Kegel noted. Trill's Suda took off in his shame, becoming whirring blurs in his neck.
But I was the one with the gun, Kegel,
he insisted.
I was the one who failed to shoot him at the ceremony. Our scientists have consistently reported that the human psyche is extremely primitive. If I don't reassert my authority, he will create more trouble within my company. Commander, you must allow me the tools I need to control my troops.
From across the table, Battlemaster Nebel gave him a flat look.
I was under the impression that the essence of becoming a small commander was demonstrating a marked ability to lead.
Trill bristled.
Careful, Nebel, or I shall have you thrown to the Dasha for insubordination.
Battlemaster Nebel laughed.
You can try it, boy.
Trill's mouth fell open at his subordinate's blatant disregard for his station. Not only was Nebel a battlemaster, not even a commander, which should have meant he wasn't even technically supposed to be at the damn table, but he was a Rit, a worker caste. That he dared to speak to Trill in such a manner without even the military ranking system to back him left Trill stunned. In the long silence that followed, none of the others coming to Trill's defense, Battlemaster Nebel, the only battlemaster allowed in the officers' hall, looked him up and down lazily.
You make me wonder if you gained those points on your star from running errands for a corps director, and not by proving your merits in battle.
Trill had to contain his fury.
I fought for every rank. I did not have the advantage of being a Vakala.
He cast a disgusted look at Kegel. Battlemaster Nebel's eyes hardened.
Trill, you are blind.
Trill ignored the Riet, speaking to Kegel now.
You were recruit battlemaster in training. 2 turns later, you were sent to planetary ops after only 5 turns in service. Should I question your ties to Commander Legraw back then? He was an overseer then, wasn't he? two Vakala must find each other companionable in a world filled with higher castes.
Kegel's pupils tightened in anger.
Take a lesson from Battlemaster Nebel, he said. Learn to control your company with approved means, or I'll be forced to find you a less challenging task.
Outraged, Trill stood, feeling the eyes of every Ureki in the room. Their Suda were fluttering too quickly. They laughed at him. A Vakala, in front of everyone, had dared to threaten him. A Yiri. At first, Trill wanted to come across the table and grab Kegel by the throat. Putting every ounce of willpower into controlling his fury, Trill said,
"This will be your mistake, Commander. Not mine."
Then, before Kegel had a chance to respond, he turned and stalked from the room. Loudly, at his back, Kegel called,
"Be sure you are prepared for your first class at 02:30.
As if Trill were still a niche that needed to be reminded such things. His Suda fluttered madly as he strode from the room. Fuming, Trill returned to his quarters to prepare for his lecture. He should have known they would favor Kegel. After all, out of all 21 of the Ureki overseeing the training of 6th Battalion, only Trill himself had not served with Kegel sometime in the past. Of course they would side with Kegel. He was much loved. Despite however much truth Trill's arguments held, he would always be an unknown to them. After forcing the recruits to shower in a noxious chamber that reeked of alcohol fumes, Battlemaster Nebel sent them to a dark, amphitheater-style classroom. A dark-skinned, orangish Ureki greeted them once they were settled. Joe felt a queasiness in his gut when he realized which alien it was.
"Hello, Unai. I am Small Commander Trill. 2 ranks under Secondary Commander Kegel."
He touched the 5-pointed silver star on his chest with a tentacle.
"You can tell our rank by these symbols. Ground leaders have a stripe. Squad leaders have a triangle. Battle masters have a 4-pointed star. Small commanders a 5-pointed star. And so on. All the way to Prime Commander Legros, whose star has 8 points. From there, we get into overseers and directors, who you will not see until you get out of training. Soon we will give ground leaders their recruit rankings. Each ground leader will get a stripe, but recruits do not get the circle surrounding it until you graduate. The circle signifies your acceptance into the army, and until you earn it, even the 10 recruits we choose as recruit battle masters will be outranked by the youngest grounder one day out of graduation. Do you all understand?"
Joe stiffened, realizing that Trill's translator had been turned off and the alien had somehow been able to form perfect English from his big, tongueless mouth. Hearing the utterly clean, human-sounding voice come out of the alien's fat face gave Joe goosebumps. It made him wonder how long the aliens had been in space before their attack, studying them.
"I'm a linguist with the Ureki Ground Force 7th Galactic Unit. Usually I work as a personal interrogator for a corps director, but right now I have the pleasure of teaching you, youngsters, to speak the universal language of Congress, affectionately called Kongi."
Commander Trill's eyes caught on Joe, and an unmistakable look of irritation crossed his wrinkled alien face before he looked away again.
"Take this, for instance."
An image of a wingless dragon flashed on the screen behind Commander Trill. It was breathtaking, with rainbow scales that shone like gems and black talons jutting from its stubby feet like polished scythes. It was in the process of ripping a spaceship to pieces.
"This,"
Trill said, turning from Joe and jabbing a tentacle at the picture,
"is a crayonet. If there's any word you'll need to know to save your life, it will be this one. Everyone please repeat after me. Crayonet."
Crayonet.
Everyone repeated the word immediately, since Trill had beaten 4 children bloody that afternoon for being slow. When they were done, Joe raised his arm. Trill ignored him. Another kid on the other end of the room raised his hand.
Yes?
Trill asked.
Kakai?
Joe lowered his hand, glaring.
Are you trying to say that dragon's real?
The kid asked.
Very real. You'll learn more about them in your species recognition classes.
It's tearing apart a spaceship?
Another kid blurted.
They're notorious for that,
Trill said, wrinkling the skin over his head in what Joe recognized as his first look at an Ureki smile.
Sometimes they manage to shatter their collars, and when they do, even the Dasha fear them.
Shatter their collars? Joe frowned down at the blue band of metal, wondering how much force it would take. Probably enough to pulverize his leg afterwards. Trill was still answering questions, looking amused. Joe watched him closely, a little envious. He didn't seem to hate the other kids. Just Joe.
What are Dasha?
Someone asked. Commander Trill turned to glance at her.
Commander Linen will teach you more about different species. It is my job to teach you to speak Kongi.
Trill switched the image on the screen to a chart.
You humans are uniquely talented in that you're natural linguists. If you look at the chart, you'll see how the different language sounds break down according to ability. Whereas most congressional species can only physically pronounce 75% of the universal language, you humans can learn to pronounce all of it. Thus, I have a feeling many of you will be joining me as interpreters instead of scrambling down tunnels.
Tunnels? Joe's heart palpitated uncertainly.
Did he say tunnels?
Immediately, his skin grew clammy and his palms started to sweat. Joe hated tunnels. He couldn't even crawl through a culvert without utterly freaking out halfway and Sam having to go get Dad to pull him out. Oblivious, Commander Trill changed the image to a group of 9 pictures, each with a blocky scribble underneath.
These are the first 9 words I want you to learn. This one is food. Nyojan.
He pointed his blue laser light on the upper left picture of green slime.
It is fortified with everything your bodies need, and should increase your rate of growth by more than 20 times, so you'll all reach adult size in a few rotations. Months to you ignorant ashy fergs. Or the closest approximation.
Joe froze.
Great,
Joe thought, glancing at the little kids around him.
Just freaking great.
Maggie, however, was staring at the picture of Goop in awe, mouthing Nuajan to herself over and over. Trill scanned them as he continued.
You'll quickly figure out basic measurements, but I'll give you a brief overview. A standard turn is 1.23 Earth years. There are 6 standard days to a standard week and 36 standard days to a rotation. Similarly, there are 36 hours to a standard day and 72 standard ticks to a standard hour. We measure distance in digs, rods, lengths, and marches. Digs are about the size of a large adult human foot. Rods are 9 of those. Lengths are based off the height of Furli on Poen, and are about 440 rods. Marches are 9,999 rods. I could try and explain that, but I have the feeling most of you are too young to understand, so you'll just have to learn along the way.
Indeed, most of the kids were staring at the alien in complete confusion. Sighing, Commander Trill went on, talking about everything from aliens to congressional politics, lapsing into Kongi whenever it pleased him. Joe was finally beginning to relax when Trill's sticky brown eyes found him.
0! Recite for the class the 9 words we learned today. Nuajan?
Joe began.
A recruit must address every ranked Ureki member of the Congressional Army as Ura,
Trill said harshly.
Either that, or address me by my caste title.
Uretilaki ni dirok Ureki Ogus Nidrikil Renestiba Yiridare.
Joe stared at him stupidly. Commander Trill looked pleased.
You cannot pick, Zero? Perhaps I should activate your modifier until you decide.
Joe's eyes fell to the shock collar on his ankle.
He's gonna do it anyway.
He opened his mouth to tell the alien to go stuff himself, but caught the other kids in his team watching him, frightened.
It's their butts as well as mine now,
Joe realized, uncomfortable. What would Trill do to them if Joe started mouthing off?
Ora,
Joe muttered.
Ura.
Trill made it sound like the second O was a consonant.
Ora.
Joe tried again.
Your pitiful attempt will do for now. Recite today's words. Food, yes, no, left, right, commander, battlemaster, Congress.
Joe tried. He stumbled over every syllable until Trill took over.
Everyone repeat after me. Food, Nuojan. Yes, Kakei. No, Anan. Left, Ki. Right, Po. Commander, Dirak. Battlemaster, Inkjane. Congress, Zori.
Once they repeated to his satisfaction, Trill said,
Keep in mind, you're now expected to use the words we learned. The translators will no longer interpret them for you. As an aside, I was impressed with your progress. I have faith you all will be speaking Kongi within a rotation or two. Dismissed! Hagi!
Battlemaster Nebel met them in the hall outside and took them to a clean white room that reminded Joe of the waiting area of a doctor's office. After the unyielding black of the rest of the ship, the white surfaces should have been a relief, but Joe felt a sense of dread as the Ulreki instructed them to remove their crisp white shirts and fold them neatly at their feet. The air in the room was cooler than the rest of the ship. It felt like they were standing in a refrigerator. Joe's skin prickled with goosebumps. At the other end of the room, Battlemaster Nebel pulled a long-haired blonde girl out of formation and shoved her inside the door opposite the exit. Everyone waited, confused. 3 minutes later, the girl came back, sobbing. She had a new scar on her abdomen and her long blonde hair was gone. Nebel pushed her back into line and led a black-haired boy into the room. The boy came out a minute later utterly bald, but otherwise didn't seem too worse for wear. The process continued, the girls returning from the door crying and bald. The boys just bawled. Joe started when someone tugged on his arm. Libby was looking up at him, her eyes wide and red. She was clutching a puff of her curly black hair.
Libby, get back in line.
They're cutting off our hair,
she whimpered. Joe glanced at Nebel.
Libby, you're gonna get in trouble. Get back in line.
I need my hair,
Libby said, tears tracing her ebony cheeks.
That's crazy. Why?
Because it's the only thing on me that's pretty,
she cried. Behind them, Scott and Elf snickered. Joe rounded on them with a scowl. When they looked away, he said,
That's bull. Who told you that?
My mom,
she whimpered. Joe was taken aback. Her mom?
Then your mom's a dumb bimbo who doesn't know her ass from her head, he blurted. You're plenty pretty. Now please get back in line.
You don't mean it,
she whimpered. Joe glanced at Battlemaster Nebel, who had finally noticed his group. He turned and squatted in front of Libby.
I mean it. You got pretty eyes, Libby. Dragon eyes.
Green-it eyes?
She whispered, her eyes widening.
But they're green.
If Greenit had brown eyes, they'd look like yours. They're dragon eyes, sure as spit.
He heard Battlemaster Nebel come up behind him and turned. Joe flinched. But the blow did not come.
You're next,
Battlemaster Nebel said, calmly grabbing Joe by the hair. He tugged him out of line and through the little blue door. Nebel shoved him inside the blue door and slammed it behind him, startling the Ureki doctors inside. He hadn't waited long enough to let the last girl finish, so Joe had a first-hand view of what they were doing to the girls to make them cry. A little bald-headed girl was in surgery. Ureki doctors were running a machine that slid back and forth over her abdomen, cutting into the skin with rapid, delicate precision while she struggled against the restraints holding her in place. The machine continued, heedless of her cries, and while Joe watched in horror, its mechanical tentacles reached into her stomach cavity and removed a bloody lump of flesh. This it tossed into a growing pile in a wastebasket to the side of the table. Then, as the girl screamed herself hoarse, the machine patched her up and the Ureki doctors injected a silvery solution into her arm. The wound stopped bleeding and began to mend before Joe's eyes. The whole thing had taken less than a minute. Then the girl was pulled off the table and shoved toward the exit, still crying. Joe felt an involuntary wave of fear as the Ureki doctor grabbed him and shoved him down onto the chair. The doctor strapped his arms down and picked up a device that looked much like a gun. Joe started to panic.
Don't breathe,
the doctor ordered through his translator. Then he pressed the barrel of the gun to Joe's chest and pulled the trigger. An instant flash of agony made Joe gasp. The pain was intense, like someone was jamming a knife deep into his flesh. He gritted his teeth and tried to yank his hands free, but the doctor was already moving away, replacing the gun on the table. Joe looked down. A red mark about the size of a zit stood out to the right of his breastbone. Then the doctor was back, this time with a syringe. The alien jammed the tip into Joe's arm and depressed the end, pushing the blue-silver liquid into Joe's body. Almost at once, Joe was hit with a blinding headache. Joe groaned and closed his eyes as his vision started to swim. He doubled over against the chair's straps, feeling as if his brain was being ripped apart. The doctor pulled the needle loose and set it beside the gun. Then he reached up and started rubbing Joe's head with his sticky brown tentacles. Joe sat there dumbly as the alien gave him a scalp massage. It felt good. Nothing like the painful, brute force that the other Ureki had used on him so far. Only as Joe saw his hair fall away in little tufts did he finally understand. The alien had injected him with something that made him go bald. That made him struggle. He tried to jerk his head away from the alien, but it took his scalp in a stinging, tentacled grip and went on, heedless.
Asshole,
Joe said, watching his hair fall away. He had always feared going bald. His father had been bald as a cue ball at 30, and Joe had secretly harbored the hope that his dad was just a genetic freak and it wasn't inheritable. Now these aliens hadn't even given him the chance to find out. The doctor rubbed the rest of Joe's hair from his head and tossed it into the same wastebasket as the bloody pieces of flesh.
"What did you do to that girl?"
Joe said. The doctor looked him over, clearly considering whether it was worth his time to respond. Finally, he said,
"We removed her ability to breed."
Joe froze in horror. The Ureki doctor continued talking boredly.
Congress has no need of reproductive behavior in its soldiers. Be glad we only need to sterilize one sex in humans.
At that, the alien released him from the chair. Without waiting for Joe to leave, the doctor swept up a few loose strands of his brown hair and dropped it in the bloody wastebasket. Joe felt like he'd been hit with a hammer.
"You don't have the right."
The doctor looked up at him, and the skin on its head scrunched up in an imitation of Commander Trill's smile.
I assure you, human, we do.
Joe stumbled back into the waiting room, numbed. He couldn't meet the others' gazes as he returned to the line.
"What happened in there?"
Scott whispered. Joe closed his eyes and wondered if he was ever getting home.
"Joe?"
"Just leave me alone,"
Joe whispered. Everyone took their turns, and Joe never looked up. They were in hell. All the churchgoers back home were wrong. It wasn't fire and brimstone. It was an Ureki troop ship filled with little kids 1 billion miles from Earth. Once everyone was bald, Nebel led them back to their rooms and locked them inside. Ignoring his teammates, Joe went over to a bunk, slumped into its concave surface, yanked the blanket over himself, and closed his eyes.
"I'm hungry, Joe,"
Maggie said, tugging on the blanket covering him.
Me too,
Elf said.
Are they going to feed us, Joe?
I have to pee.
Libby said.
Where do I go pee?
I don't want to sleep in a bowl.
Monk whined.
I want a bed. Why can't we have real blankets?
Maggie asked.
I want real blankets.
So, what are we supposed to do now, Joe?
Scott asked.
There's not enough beds for everybody. Do they want us to sleep together, Joe?
He scrunched his face and glanced at the girls.
Yeah, I don't want to sleep with him. Do I have to sleep with him, Joe?
Monk demanded.
How the hell should I know?
Joe snapped, throwing the cover back and rounding on them all.
Start thinking for your own damn selves.
He got out of bed, brushed past them, snatched up a metallic blanket, and lay down in a corner, his back to the 5 of them. Back beside the bunk, Maggie began to cry.
Oh, shut up!
Joe shouted.
You shut up!
Maggie screamed back, and Joe did. Guiltily, he listened as the children climbed into the big round bed and began wrapping themselves up in the stiff, reflective blankets. They all lay down with their backs to Joe, snuggling together for warmth. Other ground teams did the same, leaving Joe the only one not in a bed. Joe realized his feet were cold. He pulled them back under the blanket, tucking into a fetal position in order to keep his toes from being exposed. The blanket wasn't big enough to wrap around his scrunched-up body, so he ended up hugging his chest with his arms and wishing he was part of the dog pile on the alien bed across the room. After what seemed like an eternity, Scott said into the silence,
We aren't getting out of here, are we, Joe?
For a long moment, Joe almost didn't respond. Then, softly, he whispered,
I don't think so, Scott.
Chapter 6. Bullies. It seemed like they'd been asleep only moments. Too soon, Battlemaster Nebel was kicking them awake, screaming,
Rise and shine, lazy tacky scum! Get up and get in line, you miserable little janja turds! You have half a tick!
As Joe scrambled to line his ground team up for the march to the gymnasium, Maggie ignored him completely, crossing her little arms over her chest and pouting. She was, Joe realized with frustration, still upset with him for sleeping on the floor. What was worse, as the aliens counted down their allotted time to arrange themselves, no amount of desperate begging, pleading, or cajoling would get her to move. Joe finally had to bodily yank her into line, which she immediately fell out of the moment he let go of her arm.
Damn it, Maggie!
Joe snapped. He grabbed her by a chubby little arm and held her wrist tightly as she struggled, leading her back to formation. She responded by screaming and pounding her stubby fist against his leg in an all-out tantrum.
Maggie, shh!
Scott hissed, eyeing Joe nervously. Maggie ignored him and continued shrieking and slamming her fist into Joe's thigh. Thankfully, Nebel and the other aliens didn't seem to notice. Grimacing, Joe endured her assault and dragged her down the hall and into the brightly lit gymnasium in silence, knowing that, because Joe was under Trill's microscope, the rest of his ground team had become targets of his wrath. When they reached the gymnasium, Joe hesitated. Half of the kids, that were milling in nervous groups, he realized with a sick feeling, had still not gone through the hell behind the little blue door. They stared at the bald ones as they marched in, looking confused and smug. Some were even stupid enough to point and laugh. The aliens lined them up in neat rows by group. When Joe released Maggie, she crossed her arms and turned her back to him, refusing to get in line. Joe had to pull her into her proper place and twist her around so she was facing forward. She wouldn't look at him, lifting her chin and sticking out her lower lip. Sighing, Joe straightened and returned to his place at the front of his team. Once there, he noticed a black-clad alien walking around the edges of the room, placing blue spheres along the wall. He tensed, remembering the balls from last time. Frustration began building like a knot in his chest, knowing how many children were going to have to skip another meal. Other kids began to cry. When Nebel strode into the room, the other Battlemasters stomped their feet once in unison, silencing the room.
Did you backstabbing Ashers sleep well?
Nebel snapped. No one dared respond.
Good,
Nebel said.
Trill isn't here, so today we do it differently. The recruit at the rear of each group. Step out of line.
When no one moved, Battlemaster Nebel added,
Group leaders, get them moving!
Joe whirled and dragged Maggie out of the line, gritting his teeth when she smacked her little fists into his bicep and kicked him repeatedly in the shin. Once he got her away from the group, he left her there and went back to his own spot. Maggie, alone, stopped pouting and began to cry. Others were bawling, having been hit by their leaders to get them to follow instructions. Joe overheard one leader threatening the youngest kid, telling him he'd get another beating if he didn't bring back a ball for their group.
Before we start, there is one sphere for every group. Still, I want you to run. A lazy congie is a dead congie. Now, each group member that stepped out of line, go claim a ball.
Go, Maggie!
Joe ordered. Maggie folded her arms over her chest and ignored him.
Maggie, go get a ball!
Scott cried.
You have to run!
Sniffing, Maggie shuffled to the wall and picked up a hard blue ball in two stubby fists. She brought it back at a walk, but Battlemaster Nebel did not seem to notice.
Now, each child with a ball will choose 4 other group members.
Battlemaster Nebel growled.
The 5 of you will be the only ones to eat today.
Inwardly, Joe groaned. He already knew who was going to starve.
Scott, Libby, Elf, Monk.
There was no hesitation in Maggie's voice. She hadn't even had to think about it. Every single group leader received the same treatment. Nebel grunted.
I've noted their choices. Those who weren't chosen will be punished if they take food from their own group members.
The 12-year-old piranha-faced girl who had asked about hitting their groundmates raised her hand again.
Does that mean we can take it from other groups?
You can, unless they can stop you.
Battlemaster Nebel's slitted eyes fell on Joe, then moved on.
The other Battlemasters and I are now going to give the ground leaders their recruit ranks. Hold still when your turn comes. It won't hurt.
Ureki began circulating through the hundreds of recruits, making every ground leader remove his or her shirt so they could touch a small black device to their chests. Those that still had their hair were overlooked and could only watch in confusion as the Ureki approached those around them. When it was Joe's turn, he flinched when the device touched his skin in approximately the same place the Ureki doctor had shot him in the chest. Nebel hadn't been lying when he said it wouldn't hurt, however. A moment later, the Ureki removed the device and allowed Joe to put his shirt back on. When he did, the cottony material shifted over the left side of his chest, thickening and hardening before his eyes. In seconds, the cloth had shifted into a hard, whitish metal bar. It stood out on his shirt parallel to the floor, gleaming in the bright light. Joe stared at it, mouth falling open. Everything he'd learned in school told him that it wasn't possible. Hesitantly, he touched the symbol. It was cold, hard metal. He touched the cloth. Stiff, pliable cloth. He looked at the symbol again and had the sudden realization that the single bar reminded him of a cattle brand stamped into the shaved skin of a fresh steer. They're claiming me. Joe wanted to tear his shirt off and throw it on the ground and stomp on it, but he knew they'd only make him put it back on. He forced himself to look away, but could feel it burning against his skin like the enemy's stamp it was.
Group leaders, take your ground teams into the cafeteria to eat.
Remembering Maggie's choice to let him starve, Joe sighed and said,
Come on, guys.
He led them at a defeated walk back to the food line. The alien passing out the ladles of green goop looked up, but before Joe could indicate he should serve the other 5, Maggie shoved Joe aside with her tiny body and stuck her bowl out for the alien to fill.
Don't give any new John to Joe,
she said.
He doesn't get to eat today.
Grimacing, Joe went to the same table they ate at earlier and sat at one end. Maggie and the rest picked another table, pointedly ignoring him. Joe closed his eyes and put his head in his hands, trying to ignore the ache in his gut. He'd gotten pretty good at it since his capture, only having eaten once in... How many days had it been? He thought about home and what high school would have been like. Had Sam gone back to school yet? Would they even have school now that there was nobody left? Maggie's shrill scream broke him out of his thoughts, quickly followed by elves and monks. Joe's head snapped up. 2 big 12-year-olds who wore their naked silver bars like badges of honor were arguing over 3 bowls of food they had taken from Joe's group. Joe grinned to himself and would have gone back to his thoughts when he saw that Libby, her fingers curled into fists, was getting out of her seat. Against 2 12-year-olds twice her size, she would only succeed in getting brained. Sighing, Joe stood up and went to stop Libby from getting herself squished. Just as the 8-year-old was launching herself at the bullies, he grabbed her by the shoulder and pulled her back while the 2 big kids, oblivious, split the 3rd bowl in half and threw the empty container on the ground as they walked away. Monk claimed it and started licking the sides.
They're eating our food!
Libby cried, struggling desperately to get out of Joe's grip.
I know,
Joe said.
Let me take care of them, okay?
Libby glared and tried to yank herself free as she watched the bigger boys depart with an anger that surprised him coming from a kid so young.
I don't need your help. I know Taekwondo.
Joe grimaced, immediately envisioning the slap-happy play fighting that was taught to anybody under 12.
Just let me handle this, okay?
Reluctantly, Libby looked up at him, but she stopped struggling to get free.
I do,
she insisted. She looked him up and down, and with complete, innocent contempt, she said,
I could kick your ass if I wanted to.
Joe inwardly rolled his eyes.
Sure, sweetie. Yeah, okay, Joe said. But you're our secret weapon, okay? Which means you've got to stay secret. Let me deal with this.
He thought he saw something move in her pretty brown eyes, and in the next moment, Libby just gave a tight nod. Once Joe was sure she wasn't going to try and follow, he took a deep breath and followed the 2 big kids back to their table. He saw with disgust that one of them now had 2.5 bowls of food in front of him. He and the other boy were eating and laughing, joking with the others about the group of babies. Joe casually yanked one kid off of his bench, sending him sprawling. The other got up in a hurry and looked up. And up. And his eyes widened when he saw Joe looming over him. He backed up hurriedly, babbling apologies. Joe snatched up 3 bowls of food.
There's always someone bigger, Joe said.
We thought they were alone,
the kid babbled. Like he was apologizing for messing with Joe's kids, not apologizing for messing with kids that were weaker than them. The boy swallowed hard, obviously thinking Joe was going to beat the crap out of him on principle. Joe snorted and brushed past the boy who was just starting to get up, knocking him back to the floor. Meanwhile, all conversation in the room had stopped. He could feel all eyes in the cafeteria on him. Again, like he was a damn shark on the prowl in a pool of goldfish. Which, really, is what he was. He had 8 inches and 80 pounds on the next biggest kid in the room. Hunching his shoulders against their stares, Joe strode back to where his ground team was sitting in a frightened cluster, watching him with eyes that were as big around as the rest of the kids in the cafeterias.
Here,
Joe said, dropping the 3 bowls in front of his group. He sat down at the end of their table to ward off any further attacks.
Thanks, Joe,
Maggie said.
You're welcome.
Tiredly, he leaned his head into his hand, wondering how much longer they'd keep them all at lunch. He was surprised when Maggie got off the bench and carried her bowl of food over to him.
You want some of mine, Joe?
Joe gave the toddler a weak smile.
Sorry, Mag. I can't take any food from you. It's against the rules.
She's giving it to you,
Scott insisted, coming over with her.
You can have some of mine, too. Here, there's a little left in the bottom.
The 10-year-old proudly offered up what remained of his meal. Joe laughed, touched.
I don't think that'll fly.
We won't tell anybody,
Libby said, hurriedly scooping half of hers into Scott's bowl.
If you eat it real fast, they won't know.
Joe looked down at Scott's bowl as the others added their portions, leaving him with more than he would have had if he had gotten his from the food line. He swallowed and glanced at Battlemaster Nebel, wondering if it was worth risking a beating to eat. The Ureki was standing at one end of the cafeteria, fingers tangled behind him, calmly watching the tables with the acuity of a hawk. Hunger eventually won out over fear. When Nebel's head was turned, Joe gulped down their offerings. When he was done, he shoved the bowl back in front of Scott and waited, nervous. He spent the next 10 minutes tense, waiting for some blow, some bellow from the front of the room. Apparently, the alien hadn't seen. Joe perked up when he realized they had actually gotten away with it. When everyone had finished eating, or not, Battlemaster Nebel took them to another dark, amphitheater-style classroom and made them sit down in the odd, scoop-shaped seats overlooking the stage. Commander Lennon stood at the podium as they settled, looking bored.
This,
Lennon said, pointing to a picture of a stocky, bobcat-shaped animal with glorious rainbow scales dominating the screen behind him,
is a Dasha. They're the deadliest fighters in the universe, and they delight in taking multi-fingered sooters like you as slaves.
The Oreki eyed them, his eyes as sharp as the 5-pointed star set in a silver circle on his chest.
I am Small Commander Lennon. This is your species recognition class, and that,
he jammed a boneless extremity at the screen,
is responsible for 98% of the soot we gotta go through as congressional soldiers. Dasha. Males can withstand direct hits from laser and plasma fire. When we first found them on their soot-wad planet, Dasha warriors became our greatest asset. Congress sent them to colonize hundreds of planets, boosting our strength 1,000-fold in just a few short centuries.
The Oreki made a face and turned to look back over the auditorium of students with depressing sobriety.
But we made our own burning ashes. We should have left them eating themselves, digging holes in the dirt to survive. Hell, we should have wiped out their whole fire-loving solar system. See, the Dasha began to rebel, and every time they do, Congress has got to devote 50% of its fighting power to keep those fire-loving monsters from carving out a chunk of a galaxy. As it is, it's been over 100 turns since the last one, so the next Dasha Prince will probably get cocky sometime within your lifetimes. When he does, and Congress assigns you to fight him, you can all kiss your asses goodbye because you're not gonna survive it.
The Oreki changed the image, and a wide swath of shredded meat appeared on the screen. Joe shifted uncomfortably, realizing that it was a field of dead Oreki.
This is what happens when you go to war against the Dasha.
He changed the picture again, giving them a close-up of a grotesquely mauled alien body, internal organs weeping through huge gashes along its chest.
Notice the soldier's armor. The hardest material Congress can make, and Dasha talons slice through it like Nujan.
Joe glanced around him. The other children were staring with wide eyes, their jaws hanging open. Many of them looked like they were about to cry. Lennon grunted.
Lucky for you, Fergs. Dasha rebellions are almost always contained in species, or, if things get really ugly, they're put down by Trith. Usually they don't have to get lesser fighters involved.
Lesser fighter? Joe prickled, despite himself.
If they do send you, at least it will end this charade. Once a few human battalions get ripped apart, those Gen-Fergling ash souls on Kalianat will realize they shouldn't have forced us to dress you tacky up like soldiers. You aren't even good as beasts of burden. Hell, you'll probably end up crawling the slave tunnels to get torn to pieces in the Dasha deep dens. You'd be good at that.
Joe's heart began to thud, his pulse racing in his limbs. Tunnels? It was the second time one of the Ureki had mentioned tunnels. Maybe they were just trying to scare them. Maybe they'd end up jumping out of planes instead. Joe could handle that. He'd love to jump out of planes. Oh, please, God, let it be planes. The Ureki gave the room a disdainful look.
Not that it'd be worth the trouble to fit you with a biosuit. Suited up, you charhead Fergs couldn't even match an Ureki naked.
Joe raised his hand.
Are they really sending us down tunnels?
Lennon's dark brown eyes came to rest on Joe.
You were enlisted as part of the ground force. Of course they'll send you down the tunnels. Who else would do it? The Space Force.
He made a derisive snort, expelling a rush of air through the frills in his neck.
Those cowards don't even know what war is.
Joe swallowed hard. His hands felt clammy.
Commander Trill told us we'd probably become interpreters.
Commander Trill is a Ferg.
Can I change to the Space Force then?
No.
The disgust in Commander Lennon's eyes made Joe's throat burn. He looked at his fingers and closed them into fists to stop the shaking. Already he could feel the pressure of the earth closing in on him. He felt queasy.
How much space will the tunnels have? Dasha are big, so 10 feet? I can handle it if it's 10 feet. But didn't he say they were tacky slave tunnels? If tacky are the size of humans, that would only give me a couple inches.
Thinking about that, Joe fought to control impending panic.
So when do we get to see a Dasha?
A girl asked excitedly.
Pray you don't. Even friendly ones eat their own troops, and all the War Commission does is slap them with a fine and give them an extra couple of turns before granting them another rank. To Congress, if we all died feeding a Dasha warrior fighting under the congressional banner, then our deaths would have been worthwhile. Here, let me show you Fergs why.
Commander Lennon lifted a black, circular briefcase-like box onto the table and opened it. Inside, nestled in a black, velvety substance, was an elongated, 6-inch-wide metallic scale. Even in the reddish light, it gleamed with unearthly iridescence. Beside it lay a wedge-shaped black talon twice the length of Joe's middle finger. Commander Lennon used metal tongs to lift the talon from its bed, taking great care not to touch it. He held it up so they could see. It had a slight curve to it, like a scythe.
A Dasha claw.
He motioned at Nebel.
Battlemaster?
Nebel came to stand before him and held out a tentacle, looking bored.
Dasha claws are the perfect cutting device. Their edges a perfect monomolecular surface able to cleave into any substance at an atomic level.
Commander Lennon held the tongs out 2 inches above Battlemaster Nebel's arm and released the talon. Nebel grunted as the claw hit his arm and burrowed in more than halfway down the ebony tip. Thin, brown-tinted liquid began to leak from the wound, pattering upon the glistening black floor of the ship.
As you can see,
Commander Lennon said, gently retrieving the claw from Nebel's arm with the tongs.
Their own weight is enough to cleave flesh. Imagine thousands of pounds of muscle behind it, and you are beginning to get an idea of how dangerous these creatures are. Don't forget the scales,
Nebel muttered, rubbing the wound on his arm. Already, it was healing. Commander Lennon returned the talon to its case and retrieved a scale.
We will pass this around for you to examine. It's an outer scale from a Dasha male, utterly indestructible. What he means is,
Battlemaster Nebel said,
if every star in the universe suddenly decided to explode at the same time, these things would still be around 1,000,000 years from now, after the dust settles.
Yeah, right. But when Joe finally got his hands on the scale, he got goosebumps. It felt unnatural in his hands, gliding across his fingers like it was slick with water. It had absolutely no give whatsoever, and though it was only 6 inches across and 9 inches tall, it weighed more than a sack of potatoes. It also stank like rotten fish. Looking at the scale made Joe's eyes ache. It was never a single color at any time, the rainbow iridescence seeming to swirl across it unnaturally, pooling in yellows, reds, greens, purples, blues, oranges. Joe quickly passed it off to the next recruit and wiped his sweaty palms on his shirt. Once they were finished examining the scale, Commander Lennon went on.
Tacky,
He said, flipping on a screen showing a short, bipedal purple lizard with pupilless, egg-shaped sapphire eyes similar to the Dasha and Kreonit's emerald.
The ancestral Dasha slaves evolved on the same planet as the Dasha and the Kreonit.
Lennon's voice held an unmistakable note of disgust.
Without them, the Dasha would never have developed their own technology and would still be starving on Tenure where they belong.
Abruptly, He switched the screen off.
That's all you need to know about them.
How big are they?
Joe asked, sweat slicking his palms and dampening his underarms. Commander Lennon eyed him carefully.
Taller than Ureki. About your size, actually.
Oh, shit, Joe thought. Shit. Commander Lennon let that sink in, then changed the image to another picture of a male Dasha, this one sitting on a pile of pillows like a smug cat.
Now to discuss how to keep from getting killed when you're around Dasha. Just keep in mind, you're tacky soot. As tacky soot, you must avoid eye contact. Dasha find a lesser creature's gaze repulsive, and they will eat you for it.
Will we see Dasha where we're going?
Someone asked. Lennon grunted.
When we left, Congress was still undecided. Your body composition might be too tempting.
The Ureki glanced at the screen.
But if they do decide to put you under a Dasha commander, you'll see one as soon as we land on Kofat.
Something about the word Kofat was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Joe sat up, desperate to drag his mind away from the thought of tunnels.
Kofat? That's where we're going?
Kofat is the training center for the Congressional Army. Of course that's where you're going, Fergling.
It sounded to Joe like the translator meant moron. Giving Joe an irritated look, Lennon went on.
If you are given to a Dasha Prime, this class will save your life. Never make eye contact, even in conversation. Always bow your heads when a Dasha passes. If a Dasha requests something of you, do it quickly, without question. Never speak to a Dasha unless asked a specific question.
The Ureki's snake-like eyes came to rest on Joe and stayed there.
And never show any insolence. You will be killed for it. Dasha are not as merciful as certain Ureki secondary commanders.
Joe flushed and suddenly found his lap fascinating. Lennon's scowl moved on.
But even if you follow all of these steps, many of you will get eaten anyway. Dasha are prickly and unpredictable.
His face wrinkled in an Ureki smile.
And each of them is worth 10,000 of you on a bad day. Like Trith.
Nebel grunted.
Yes,
Lennon said.
like Trith.
He flashed a new picture onto the screen, this one of what looked like a crimson, scaly cross between a man, a bat, and an adder. It had two huge muscular arms with bony, clawed fingers and a long, twisted body like a snake. Most of its flat, diamond-shaped head was taken up with massive, predatory jaws and two huge, concave, ribbed depressions where a man's ears would have been. Though it didn't have wings, it was carrying a wicked-looking spear, tipped in what looked like milky glass, and was striking a tired pose, covered in blood and gore. Joe frowned, unable to see why that would be worth 10,000 of him.
They can render themselves invisible at will, and just a scratch of the poison they carry in their chests will kill anything in Congress.
Nebel said when he asked.
Instantly.
Oh. Lennon glanced at Joe again.
But there are very few Trith, so they are only used as sentinels. They've only had 3 planets in all of history. Their breeding habits are less viral, and their training customs ensure only about 1 in 100 actually survive to adulthood. Thus, if too many Dasha princes rebel at one time, that's where you weaklings will come in.
Joe swallowed, suddenly not feeling very well. At lunch, Nebel again let the youngest decide who ate. Again, Joe's team shared while the others squabbled. Again, they somehow evaded Ureki notice. Afterward, Joe watched the bullies move between the groups, taking whatever bowls of food pleased them, punching or hitting anyone who tried to resist, and a little ball of fury rose in his chest. He stood up before he really even thought about it.
Scott, Libby, come with me. Elf, Monk, you stay here and make sure Mag doesn't follow us.
Then Joe was walking toward the last kid who'd had his meal stolen. Curious, Scott and Libby got off the bench and followed him.
Hey,
Joe said, touching the crying boy on the shoulder.
You're still hungry, right?
Looking up with wide eyes, the boy nodded.
Then follow me,
Joe said, glaring at the big kids who were still roaming the tables.
We're putting an end to this.
Joe found a dozen more children that were too small to be bullies, but big enough to help him. He took them to the center of the room and got up on one of the tables. Nebel immediately noticed and started moving toward him at a run. Joe ignored him and shouted to the room.
Listen up, guys! The next shithead to take food from anyone gets his ass kicked!
Then Battlemaster Nebel had a stinging tentacle around his throat and was dragging him off the table.
What in the dreet hells do you think you're doing, boy?
Nebel demanded, shoving Joe away from the table.
I'm stopping the bullies!
Joe snapped.
Something you should be doing anyway!
Already, adrenaline was making his knees shake, and a good portion of him was screaming at him to bolt before Nebel could crush more bones. But he met Nebel's gaze stare for stare and refused to back down. Battlemaster Nebel blinked his pale, sticky eyes up at him in obvious confusion. He glanced at the kids moving between tables, then back up at Joe, still looking stunned.
Say that again?
The alien asked.
The bullies,
Joe repeated.
They're taking kids' food, and I'm going to stop them.
The Ureki stared at him so long that Joe began to think he might have somehow fried his tentacle brain. Then, in a gruff grunt, the Ureki muttered,
Let them take care of themselves, Zero.
Joe fisted his hands and glared down at Nebel stubbornly.
Some of them can't,
he insisted.
They've got to learn.
They can't learn if they starve to death first,
Joe retorted. He gestured at the room full of kids.
You really think a 5-year-old is going to be able to stand up to a gang of middle schoolers?
Battlemaster Nebel gave him a long look, his sticky, slitted pupils fixed on Joe's face. Then he warily turned and glanced in the direction Joe had pointed, his sticky eyes scanning the cafeteria with acute intelligence. He gave the bullies a long look before his gaze finally returned to settle on Joe. To Joe's surprise, Nebel twisted and barked something to the other battlemasters in the room. Immediately, all the Ureki who had taken up stations along the wall began walking from the room, leaving just Nebel to guard the kids in the cafeteria. The scarred, pale-skinned battlemaster leveled a long, calculating stare on Joe, then turned and followed the other Ureki from the room. Joe felt a moment of triumph, until he realized the big kids hadn't listened to him. They were still out wandering, stealing food wherever they saw a weakness. The littler ones cowered, saying nothing. Joe spotted a boy across the room taking bowls from a group of little kids just sitting down to eat. He walked over to him, yanked the bowls out of his hands, and shoved him to the ground so hard the kid started to cry. Something about the bully having the audacity to cry after taking food from hungry little kids made Joe snap. He grabbed him by the white t-shirt, dragged him to one side of the room, and slammed him against the wall. Into the boy's face, Joe shouted,
Do you think you're better than them? Is that why you take their food, you piece of shit?
The whole cafeteria went silent again. The boy's blue eyes opened to wide circles of terror.
I won't do it again, Zero. Please.
His fingers were half the size of Joe's, where they feebly tried to loosen Joe's hold on his throat. Joe smelled fresh pee. Realizing that, Joe felt sudden, overwhelming self-disgust. He pushed the kid away from him and turned away, wiping his palms on his pants. He felt dirty, like he'd just helped his father dig up the septic tank and had accidentally fallen in. He was halfway to his own table, shrinking under the accusation he saw on the hundreds of round, childlike faces around him, when Libby's voice made him turn back. She had hopped onto a table and was telling the kids how the new bully patrol was going to work.
From now on, anytime you see someone taking food, let us know. The bully patrol will come stop it. We've got 12 kids on the patrol so far, including 0. Anyone else want to join us?
36 hands went up. Joe stared at Libby. Was she really 8? Up on the table, in front of all the kids, she seemed like she was 5 times that.
From now on,
Libby intoned,
you're all members of 0's patrol. Anytime you see someone stealing, shout, and the rest of the bully patrol will come help you.
How are we supposed to eat if we can't take food?
a big kid asked.
Share,
Joe said, despite himself. Libby glanced at him and jumped down from the table. Reluctantly, Joe took her spot. He peered over the sea of little faces and tried not to remember he had just made a 6th grader piss himself.
If you're nice to your other group members, maybe they'll share. It's what you all learned in kindergarten.
Behind him, Maggie raised her hand.
Joe?
Yeah?
Joe said, turning to her.
What is it, Mag?
I haven't been to kindergarten yet, Joe.
Can someone tell Maggie what it means to share?
I know what it means.
Maggie said, puffing up.
It means everybody eats a little less so nobody starves.
Nebel came back 10 minutes later to an entire cafeteria of kids all sitting down, eating or talking. His pale eyes flickered over to Joe once, finding him at a far table in the back of the cafeteria, before going back to silently scanning the tables from the front of the room. After lunch, Nebel took them to the gymnasium to run laps for 2 hours. By this time, all of the children had bald heads and scars, and several were still red-eyed from crying. After everyone rinsed the sweat from their bodies in the noxious alcohol showers, Nebel herded them to another amphitheater-style classroom. Joe's heartbeat quickened when he recognized the array of weapons upon the tables in the center of the room. Trying to look casual, he brought the others to sit in the very front row, as close as he could get to the guns, wondering if they were loaded. The battlemasters moved to stand along the walls as an Ureki with a secondary commander's 7-pointed star emblazoned on its chest stepped into the room. Their eyes met, and Joe knew that Kegel immediately understood why Joe was sitting in the front row. The secondary commander gave Joe a baiting look, even stepping away from the table and gesturing to give him easier access. When Joe remained in his seat, hands fisted, Kegel made a derisive snort and began making his introduction.
You know who I am. I'll be teaching your first class on congressional weaponry, after which Battlemaster Nebel will take over for me.
He scanned the children in the room with his sticky brown eyes.
Believe me when I tell you, we will not be able to teach you every single weapon and how to use it. We will only go over the basics, and if after you graduate your unit decides to, say, go after mud-dwelling Janja slugs, then they will teach you then how to use the weapon that corresponds with that task. In that case, a viscous burrowing motion seeker, or a VBM. Because there are 3,000 different species of soldiers in the Congressional Army, and 10 times as many different species Congressional soldiers have to burn on any given day, Congressional troops have over 30,000 different kinds of weapons in their arsenal. What you see here are just the most basic forms of Ureki ground force weaponry. These are specifically built for Ureki use, which are heavier than can be comfortably carried by human hands. But don't worry. You humans will receive your customized weapons once we reach Kofat. Until then, the concept is the same. We'll teach you to use these and more, though like Lennon said, we're wasting our time training you. Humans are weak, stupid, and ill-prepared to fight what Congress has to throw at them.
The alien's 4 slender appendages caressed a gun.
I know this because I'm an Ubashin veteran. That means I survived the last Dasha rebellion.
Kegel's fingers stopped and he looked up.
Only 2 Ureki grounders made it off Ubashin alive. Does anyone know why the 2 of us survived?
Hesitantly, one girl suggested.
You're good shots?
Kegel snorted.
Anyone else?
You captured the Dasha leader?
Are you an imbecile?
It was Libby who said,
You were really good at hiding.
Kegel's face folded into wrinkles of pleasure.
Exactly. The only reason I'm here today is because I was better at hiding than the rest of my corps.
You hid?
A boy said.
I thought you were going to teach us to fight.
The little brown frills in Kegel's neck began to flutter as he gave the boy an icy stare.
You will learn soon enough, human, that some things can't be fought.
He turned back to the rest.
I survived. That's why Congress forsook me with this wretched job in the first place. They thought I might have some insights to keep you weaklings alive if we see another Dasha rebellion.
Kegel laughed, a guttural, grunting sound that boomed across the room from the base of his stubby throat. It reminded Joe of a toad's croak.
Well, I don't. None of this.
He spread his tentacles over the equipment on the table.
Will do you any good. It's all luck and wits, and since humans have neither, your survival will be up to the ghosts, not my teachings.
Kegel paused, scanning the room.
Questions?
Yeah,
Joe said.
are those guns loaded?
Kegel locked gazes with him before he lifted a gun and pointed to a black cylinder above the trigger.
If it were loaded, it would have a glowing blue plasma charge in the chamber here and a plasma clip attached here.
Kegel pointed to an empty notch settled in the top of the gun. Then he set the alien weapon down.
Any other questions?
How far can those things shoot?
Kegel gave Joe an irritated look.
Accurately? 2 Furley lengths, if you've got a scope. The laser is much more, though it depends on particle and atmospheric interference.
Kegel touched a longer, lighter gun.
Which is the better weapon?
Depends on what you want to do. Plasma packs a lot of punch, but laser is better for...
The Oreki stopped and scowled at him.
Why do you care, human?
I want to learn to fight.
So I can blow the rest of your head off. Kegel stared at him for so long that Joe thought he was about to get clobbered. Abruptly, he said,
I'm wasting my time. You're all Dasha fodder anyway.
He gathered the guns into his boneless arms and strode from the room. Joe was outraged. Kegel hadn't even bothered to tell them the names of the weapons. Joe led the others back to their quarters, ruminating on this. When they got back to the barracks room, black Kongi gear lay in piles beside their beds, neat and new. Compared to the flimsy white skivvies they'd been wearing, the rugged black gear seemed ominous. Joe, Scott, and Libby were the only ones who could even lift the rifles. After determining they weren't loaded, then determining there were no actual clothes to wear in the mess, Joe fiddled with the alien buckles, harnesses, and straps, trying to figure out how to put his gear on. Finally, he threw it aside in frustration, startling the other kids.
They don't want to teach us,
Joe said.
None of them do.
Why not?
Scott asked. Joe sighed and sat down against the wall.
Maybe they're afraid of us.
Libby looked up shyly from where she was fiddling with the piles of black alien gear.
They are. They're holding Earth hostage. That's why they took us kids. They did it to ruin the next 10 years of our military.
Joe gave her a weary smile.
Even with our military at full strength, Lib, the government couldn't stop the draft.
Yeah?
Libby said, gesturing at the other kids in the room.
But what about 20 years from now, when we've got our hands on their technology? It would be a different story, wouldn't it? We might not win, not with Dasha fighting for them, but we could give them a hard time. It works out better for them if they don't have to deal with our generation until Earth's had a chance to adjust. See, if we grow up here in space, the little kids like Maggie won't remember anything except what the Kongis tell them, so they'll be able to make us like them and forget about Earth. Then, if Earth rebels, they send us back to fight, and Earth ends up being put down by humans, not aliens, so Congress isn't the bad guys. It's us, the kids who got brainwashed and turned traitor.
Joe stared at her. Libby's enthusiastic expression suddenly disappeared, and she lowered her head and looked away.
Never mind. Master Ryu was probably wrong anyway.
She went over to a corner and sat down, refusing to meet his eyes.
I want to go home,
Elf whimpered. He looked terrified by the piles of gear.
Can we do that, Joe? I don't want to touch the guns. I miss my dad. He told me not to touch guns.
Joe tore his eyes off of Libby, still a little stunned by what the 8-year-old had pieced together. He forced himself to smile at Elf.
We'll get you home. It might be 100 years from now, at the rate they're adding time to our enlistments, but I'll make sure of it, okay?
He glanced at the alien rifles.
Until then, you need to do what the aliens tell us, all right?
Elf's eyes widened.
100 years? You think we'll live that long?
He lowered his voice conspiratorially.
I thought only Santa Claus lived that long.
Monk frowned.
There is no...
With all the drugs they're feeding us?
Joe interrupted quickly and loudly, giving her a pointed scowl.
Well, who's to say we wouldn't live 3 times that?
Somebody who shoots us?
Libby muttered from her corner. Joe glanced at her.
Yeah, I guess there's that.
Libby peered at the floor, the bald ebony dome of her skull soaking in the reddish light. Joe wondered what she was thinking, and why she constantly refused to meet his gaze. He still couldn't believe her mother had told her she was ugly. She was one of the cutest kids he'd ever seen, and had the pert chin and delicate features of a future supermodel. If it weren't for her teeth, she'd be beautiful, the type of 8-year-old they put in clothing magazines and on TV. And teeth could be fixed.
Am I getting any bigger, Joe?
Maggie asked, flexing her bicep. Joe turned away from Libby, suddenly feeling the injustices of the world as if they were leaden weights strapped to his shoulders. Half-heartedly, he said,
I'm not sure. We should start keeping track.
Okay,
Maggie cried.
Mommy used to mark it on the door with a pin.
Then we need a pin,
Joe said, glad they didn't have one. The last thing he wanted to do was track just how freakishly fast the younger kids were growing. In silence, Libby got up, went to her pile of gear, and rifled through it until she brought out a black marker. She handed this to Joe shyly, still not meeting his gaze. He stared at her.
She memorized all of her gear already?
Then he realized that a marker would be the first thing an 8-year-old kid remembered seeing.
Thanks, Lib,
Joe said, taking it reluctantly. He glanced around for something to write on, finally deciding on his blanket.
Okay, Mag, lay down. Right there. Hold still. Feet at the edge. Stop wriggling. Okay, we'll check it again in a couple days. I'll mark it Maggie Day 1 because I'm not sure how long we've been on this stupid ship already. What about you, Libby? You interested?
Libby shook her head silently and looked away.
I am,
Monk shouted, shoving her blanket at Joe. She was about 5 inches taller than Maggie. Maggie, meanwhile, had confiscated Joe's blanket as her own and was holding it up to Scott, who was sitting on the floor and rolling his eyes. Joe finished with the others, who were already laying their blankets side by side, comparing them with serious looks, and looked back at Libby.
You sure?
Quietly, Libby said,
I'm gonna be tall, Joe. I don't need to check.
Something about the way she said it made Joe believe her.
Libby, get in the car. I forgot my eye kit.
Libby watched as her mother hurried back into the house, heels clicking loudly against the circular cobblestone driveway, leaving Libby standing alone beside the Ferrari. Libby stared at the little Barbie lunchbox her mom had packed her, which was dwarfed by the enormous pile of her mother's luggage that even then their housekeeper, Marcella, was trying to stuff into the trunk. Something was wrong. Her mom always packed Libby more stuff than she could ever possibly use.
Marcella?
Libby said.
Where's Mom going?
Marcella's brown eyes widened, but instead of telling Libby what was going on, she abandoned the luggage and fled back into the house, rubbing her hands on her crisp white apron.
Mom?
Libby said when she returned.
Where? I said get in the car, Libby.
Her mother interrupted, slamming the trunk down on what few bags Marcella had managed to pack for her.
I'm late as it is. Late for what?
Libby asked, still not moving from beside the little cherub fountain in the center of the courtyard. She eyed the Ferrari warily. Her mother never let her ride in the Ferrari. It always attracted too much attention.
The chute! Gene wants to do one in front of an alien ship. He got me a suite at the Hotel del Coronado and dinner at Donovan's. Now all we have to do is get there. Mom, why do I only have a lunchbox?
Libby asked. Her mother wrinkled her perfect nose.
Because you're always complaining about me bringing too much luggage for you. Now get in the damn car or I'll tell your teacher you won't be needing karate lessons anymore.
Libby frowned.
It's Taekwondo. Yeah, whatever.
Her mother waved a perfectly manicured hand and yanked open the door on the driver's side.
Just get in the car, Libby. Don't make me tell you again.
She slid inside, one long, perfect leg at a time. Libby heard her mutter,
"Little brat,"
before the door slammed shut. Feeling a weird pang of foreboding, Libby got in the passenger's side and shut the door. The solid click of the door locking into place reminded Libby of a prison gate clanging shut. She hated road trips. Her mom would always be looking in the rearview mirror, primping, making sure her wind-blown look was perfect even though she would never put the top down and get the real thing. Road trips, in general, were hell for Libby. The first thing her mom did upon reaching a shoot location was to hand her off to the staff. While her mother was out posing in new and exotic locales, Libby was often confined to a hotel daycare or the back of an RV. Libby would rather stay at the house with Marcella, but her mother liked to say that Libby needed to get out and experience life. Libby had figured out a long time ago that really meant her mom just didn't want to pay Marcella to watch her. So it was with absolute boredom and a lot of resentment that Libby watched the lines of cars pass by on the freeway. Traffic had been crappy ever since the aliens showed up, but most of it was to get out of the city. There was almost nobody stupid enough to try getting into the city where all the ships had landed. As far as traffic was concerned, their trip into San Diego was a breeze.
Mom, can we please put the top down? It's hot. Then turn up the air conditioning,
her mom said. She was dabbing at some mascara along the corner of her eye.
I don't want the stylist pulling out hair because I got it all snarled in the wind. Can we listen to the radio then? No, I'm driving. It'll distract me.
Dab, dab. The applicator came back with a tiny clump of black, and her mother glanced down at it, then returned her attention to the mirror, leaning forward over the steering wheel to get a better look. Something started to burn in Libby's chest as she watched her mom drive.
Doing makeup doesn't distract you. If you were pretty, like me, makeup would come natural to you, so of course it wouldn't distract you.
Dab, dab. At her mother's words, the awful pain in Libby's gut returned, and she spent the rest of the trip curled up against the door, waiting to be released into a stranger's hands. When the car finally pulled to a stop, she sat up. A huge obsidian sphere loomed over them, too close to be safe. It had landed in the middle of a playground, squashing the swing sets and monkey bars flat. Libby stared up at it, suddenly finding her throat very tight, her hands sweaty and cold. The glossy black surface gleamed even more perfectly than her mother's pampered skin. A spiral staircase erupted from the bottom, the exit hole puckered and uneven like some sort of zit. An alien stood at the base of the staircase, watching them.
Well, we're here,
her mom said. Dab, dab.
Go on, get out.
Libby reflexively grabbed the seat.
I don't want to get out. I want to stay in the car.
Her mother stopped dabbing at her makeup to give Libby a long look. She sighed deeply.
Whoa, they told us we've got to give up our kids, Libby. You think I want to do this?
Libby swallowed hard, looking at the alien. After years of being alternately ignored or used as a photo op, the thought had certainly crossed her mind.
Mom, I don't want to...
Her mother's award-winning features tightened in disapproval.
Are you seriously going to do this? Seriously? Do you know how awful it is for me to have to give up my kid? Because they'll kill me if I don't?
Libby bit her lip and looked at her lap.
I don't have a choice, Libby,
her mother went on.
What, you want me to fight the aliens for you? What, with my purse? Sorry, Mom.
Libby managed, remembering to reach for the calm Master Ryu had taught her. She was finding it difficult.
Maybe we could come back in a few days?
Her mother grimaced.
We're here now, Libby. You want me to drive all the way back here just to do it all over again?
Libby remained glued to the seat, tense.
Mom,
With a huge, disgusted sigh, her mom got out of the car and slammed her door shut behind her. She stalked around to the side and wrenched Libby's door open, her delicate brows bunched in a scowl. As Libby cringed into the upholstery, her mother casually reached in, grabbed her daughter's wrist, and tugged her out of the seat. Only the calm words of Sahyun Nimryu kept Libby from kicking her mother in her perfect nose as she dragged her out of the Ferrari toward the aliens. "Remember your peace, Libby," he had said while they practiced in a grassy area within her mother's perfectly manicured backyard gardens. "Center and find peace. Whatever happens, keep your mind still and at ease. A worried warrior makes mistakes."
be glad your daddy isn't here to see this,
her mother snapped.
The only thing he likes about you is you're not scared of anything. I wonder what he'd think if he saw you now.
Realizing it was true, Libby lowered her head in shame.
Here.
Her mother shoved her lunchbox at her.
Go up to that alien over there. Tell him you're here for the draft.
Libby had heard about the draft on the little TV Marcella kept on all the time in the laundry room, and suddenly it all made sense to her. She glanced up at her mom, both hurt and thankful.
You mean you pretended there was a photo shoot so I wouldn't get scared?
Her mom snorted and pointed.
Jean's right over there.
Indeed, the photographer's sleek gray RV sat backed over a hopscotch area. He was already setting up the lights.
I thought I'd get you out of the way first.
Libby looked. She saw the cameramen, the tripods, the flowing white tents, the beach towels spread over the playground sand. 6 photographers, unbeknownst to her, had been taking pictures of them the whole time, the reflective black lenses of their cameras flashing in the sun as they clicked photo after photo of them together in front of the ship. Libby took a deep breath.
Bye, Mom. Come here for a hug.
Her mom wrapped her long, thin arms around her and squeezed gently to keep from damaging her expensive gauze dress. In that moment, she held Libby tighter and longer than she'd ever held her before. And for a moment, Libby thought her mother was showing the first real hint of love she'd ever gotten from her. Then she heard the cameramen scramble in to get close-ups.
Just hold her right there,
one of the guys said.
That's right. Perfect. Perfect.
After another minute to give them their shots, her mother released her and went to begin rummaging through her luggage for her outfit bags. Now the photographers were focused on Libby, leaning in close, crouching upon the concrete in front of her for a better angle.
Yeah, gotta be a hero, kid?
One of the photographers said, his face hidden behind the huge black eye of his camera.
You gotta go fight aliens?
Gripping her lunchbox, surrounded by strangers, Libby lowered her head and bit her lip. She wanted to run to her mother and grip her leg. But her mom hated that.
Poor kid's crying,
one of the photographers called.
Be sure to get that.
More clicking of their shutters. One leaned in close for face shots. Libby twisted away, wishing she could drop her lunchbox and kick the guy in the head.
Hey, kid!
One of them prodded.
How about you look up for us, okay? Stop staring at the ground. Nobody gets on the front page of People staring at the ground.
Flushing, Libby took a deep breath and turned toward the alien ship. The alien standing guard was watching her. Swallowing hard, she walked up to the Ureki at the base of the staircase. It stared down at her through a black helmet that made his face look like some sort of wasp, utterly motionless. On its chest, a 4-pointed star sat in a circular border, both made out of a bright, near-white metal that reminded Libby of her mother's wedding ring. Libby cleared her throat and glanced behind her. Her mom wasn't even looking, but the photographers used the opportunity to snap at least 1,000 pictures, the flashes lighting up in waves. Libby turned back to the alien. In her strongest voice, she said,
I'm here for the draft.
The alien made some guttural sounds in its chest. A little black ball hanging around its throat said,
We don't start collections until tomorrow.
Libby lifted her chin.
I want to go now.
It gave Libby a long look. She couldn't see its eyes behind the helmet, but she stared back at it anyway. Finally, it said,
You can't bring foreign objects on our ship.
A slender tentacle snaked out to touch Libby's lunchbox.
Fine,
Libby said, throwing it aside. It clattered against the crushed jungle gym and split open, spilling a dozen tiny bags of Cheetos out onto the sand. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw her mom walking away from the car toward the mini-city of the photo shoot. She could even make out Jean as he ran out and embraced her mother, then led her back to the site with an arm around her waist.
This way,
the alien said. Libby turned and followed him onto the ship. Chapter 7. An Unexpected Gift. Now that Nebel's war classes had begun to give him a taste of what Congress could do to its enemies, Joe had begun to worry that the aliens would tire of the human resistance and simply blow Earth away. It would be easy, like popping a zit. The more he learned about this alien army, the more the cold, hard truth settled into his guts like a cancer. Congress was too big. Utterly too big to be stopped, and it dealt with those who crossed it quickly and with breathtaking, brutal efficiency. It wiped out whole cities, plunged planets back into the Dark Ages, then set up blockades to keep it that way. And Earth was filled with groups of guys rolling up their sleeves, planning out how to best take down the ships squatting in the parking lot of their local strip mall. Humans, Joe knew from agonizing experience, couldn't take a hint if it was splattered across live television. Furthering his fears that Congress would simply decide that humans were more effort than they were worth and just blow up their whole solar system, every time Joe asked about Earth, the aliens completely ignored him. As if the idea wasn't fully off the table yet, but they didn't want to spook the 900 kidnapped kids so it would be easier to blow them away when the time came to abandon the farce. Instead of giving them any news of Earth, the aliens filled their every waking minute with lessons about language, war, weapons, and culture. And, despite Joe's aversion towards his captors, he learned everything they had to teach him and found himself craving more. The military subjects especially fascinated him. When Battlemaster Nebel taught him to take his rifle apart and put it back together, Joe only needed to see the demonstration once before he could do it on his own. When taught the differences between laser and other energy weapons, Joe could identify them on sight from then on. In fact, for the first time in his life, Joe actually found himself excelling in classes. He found himself putting together facts that the instructors didn't even mention, all of the pieces of the alien puzzle fitting together in his head. Joe knew he shouldn't enjoy learning what the enemy wanted him to know, but he couldn't help himself. It was as if everything was already in his brain, waiting to be brought to the surface. Of all the other children, only Libby seemed to match him class for class. While Scott, Elf, and Maggie struggled with the knowledge and had to be told again and again, Libby complained that they were going too slowly. Actually looking somewhat pleased with that, Battlemaster Nebel gave Libby and a few other volunteers newer and harder things to learn, teaching this advanced class on weaponry himself. It made Joe envious, but he felt like he would be betraying his home if he asked to join them, so he feigned ignorance, stuck with the slower class, and secretly listened to Libby's instruction from afar. After all, he didn't plan to stay with the Ureki. First chance he got, he still had to find a way back to San Diego. Trill was the only alien who even came close to alleviating Joe's worries about Earth.
Last I heard, they sent a human representative to Kolionut,
Trill said when Joe asked.
If they did, they're safe, as long as they don't do something stupid. Sentient species have special protection from the Regency.
What is Kolionut?
Joe asked. Commander Trill gave him a hard look.
Kolionut is the seat of congressional government. It's the largest artificial construction in the known universe, a product of millions of years of construction and care, an unparalleled masterpiece of technology. It houses the first citizen, the tribunal, and the regency. Over 3,000 species. Representatives are quartered there.
Joe felt himself staring.
3,000? Species? But small Commander Linen's only taught us about 5.
Trill scowled at him.
He chose the most important. It is impossible to pack your limited human brains with that much information in just a few days.
But there's 3,000 different types of aliens?
More. Some are slaves. Some are still evolving. And some are extinct. But once a species becomes a member of Congress, they will always retain a representative at Kolionot. The Watcher keeps them all alive even after their species dies off, in case their planets recover or a lost colony returns. There are even more species in galaxies so distant that it takes whole turns to visit or communicate with them, even with our advanced technology. Those races have smaller regencies to rule them, which in turn bow to the wisdom of Kolionot. Further, we plan on finding more. Kolionot's regency seats are only half full. Exploration of our universe is not even close to complete.
Joe again found the enormity of the problem staring him in the face. Earth was outnumbered, maybe millions to 1. It needed some kind of miracle to regain its independence. Joe wondered if his dad had really understood what he was up against, remembering the way he'd left that night, never to come home. Joe was pretty sure he had. Yet, thinking of his father, Joe frowned. His father's face seemed fuzzy in his mind. In fact, everything about Earth felt vague, almost like they were feeding them some drug to make the memories just slip away. Joe was brooding over this when a tall, bony girl took him by the arm and pulled him out of the cafeteria line. She looked 12, but she already had a line in her brow. Joe recognized her as the piranha-looking girl who had asked Nebel if she could hit her groundmates. "What?" Joe snapped. He was irritated because he could not recall his dad's favorite color.
What kind of son can't remember his dad's favorite color? I've heard it 100 times before. I just need to concentrate harder.
The girl jutted out her chin even further.
Well, if you're gonna be like that, maybe you don't want it.
What? Joe said, focusing his attention on the wiry girl. She had the cocky look of a bully, someone who was used to getting what they wanted.
You sure? Maybe I'm having second thoughts.
The girl pulled her fist away, hiding its contents, enjoying his confusion.
Go screw with somebody else. What's Dad's color? I know this.
The girl seemed to consider, then held something small and red out to him.
You dropped this. Back on the first day when they beat you up.
Joe's breath sucked in. It was his dad's Swiss Army knife. He snatched it out of her hand, unable to believe that it was real. The girl watched as he reverently pried open a blade, feeling the smooth red plastic in his fingers.
Red.
Joe blinked.
His favorite color is red.
In a whisper, he said,
"Thank you."
He held out his hand.
"I'm Joe. This is Monk."
The other members of his ground team were holding their spot in the cafeteria line. The bony girl gave Joe a look like he had grown beetle antenna, ignoring his outstretched hand.
You use your real names?
Why not?
Because they'll punish you. They told us to use numbers.
Joe shrugged.
Until they kill me, I really don't care.
The girl frowned at him.
Hasn't anyone told on you yet?
Like who?
Like her,
the girl said, jabbing a finger at Monk. Monk's eyes darkened.
I'm not gonna tell. They tell on me,
she said, pointing at the kids behind her.
Then you're a bad ground leader,
Maggie said, helpfully. Joe did not like the look the girl gave to Maggie. He stepped between them.
It was really nice of you to find my knife.
The piranha girl snorted.
I only gave it back so you'd help me.
Joe prickled at her tone.
Help you do what?
We almost didn't get to eat last time Trill made us run for the balls. From now on, you can get a ball for my group first, then get yourself one.
Joe stared at her, wondering if the girl was from the special bus.
What's your name?
I'm Sasha.
She sneered at him.
You're gonna help me if you want to keep your knife, Zero.
I'm not helping you.
Then I'll tell the aliens about it.
Sasha warned.
Then we'll tell the aliens how you hid it from them,
Monk said. Sasha's eyes narrowed.
If you're not gonna help me, give me back my knife.
Joe's hand clenched reflexively over his father's knife.
My knife.
It's mine! I found it! Give it back!
She made a grab for it.
Screw off,
Joe said, putting his back between her and the pocket knife. Sasha kicked him in the side of the leg. It wasn't enough to tear tendons, but it bent his knee painfully sideways, making his leg collapse out from under him. He threw out his hands to catch himself, and Sasha bent to take the knife from him as he fell. Instead of stopping his fall with his hands, Joe slammed all of his weight onto his knee and grabbed her collar, jerking her forward until her face was only inches from his.
Back off!
Every ounce of him wanted to smash her head into the wall for what she just tried to pull.
The knife is mine. You try to take it again and you'll wish the aliens had put you up there with me during the choosing ceremony. Get me?
The look of triumph drained from Sasha's face, and she struggled against his fist, terror brightening her eyes. Joe let her squirm for a few moments before letting her go. She stumbled backwards, pale as a corpse. Her fear, however, was quickly replaced with angry promise on her piranha-like face. She sneered as Monk helped Joe to his feet.
You won't always be the big one,
Sasha said.
Someday I'll be big enough to beat you up. Then I'll take my knife back and eat your food in front of you. Maybe if I'm really nice, I'll let you lick the bowl. Maybe if Joe's really nice right now, he won't make you eat off the floor,
Scott said.
Yeah,
Monk said, sticking out her tongue. Elf and Maggie laughed. Sasha gave them another creepy sneer and strode off into the cafeteria.
I don't like her,
Scott said. Joe watched Sasha go in silence. He felt bad since she had given him back his knife, but somehow she reminded him of his Aunt Caroline. Lost in dementia, the woman delighted in hurting those around her with cruel words and underhanded, manipulative comments. Except Aunt Caroline had an excuse. She was old. Sasha was just a bitch.
They only had one boy, Joe,
Libby said softly.
They're not going to do good when we get bigger and Trill makes us fight for the balls.
So, let that little psycho starve.
Joe tightened his fist around his knife, reassuring himself of its presence. He still felt numb from the sheer amount of fury that had overcome him when Sasha had tried to take the knife back. I almost killed her. He stared down at the red plastic in his hand, wondering if he was going crazy.
Girls are just as good as guys, Libby,
Monk said.
My mom said so. Not in a fight,
Scott said.
Yes, too, in a fight.
Monk turned to face Scott with all 6 years of height.
I bet Libby could beat you up, Scott. And she's only 8.
Scott rolled his eyes.
Boys get bigger than girls. It's a fact of life. Isn't it, Joe?
Still staring at his knife, he said,
Congress changed the facts of life.
Libby frowned at him, then at his knife. Seeing her look, Joe stuffed it into his pocket. Later, as they ate, Joe said,
Sasha's right. I'm not going to be the big one forever. We got to start planning for the future. Pretty soon, maybe just a couple months, we're going to have to fight for our food like everybody else. Do any of you know how to fight?
I fought kids all the time in school,
Elf said.
Bullies like to pick on me, 'cause of my ears.
Looking at the elephant appendages that jutted from the sides of his head, Joe forced back a grin.
I'll bet. What did you do to fight him off?
Elf grinned at him proudly.
I stomped on their feet and punched them in the arm.
Okay,
Joe said, smiling.
I think we'll have to get a little more advanced than that.
He glanced at the others.
I know a little about street fighting, mostly because Sam was the biggest loser ever born and I ended up saving his ass every other day. When we get back to our rooms, I'm going to teach you what I know. It's not too complicated. Even Mag should be able to do it.
You're gonna teach me to fight?
Maggie cried gleefully. Joe grinned, despite himself.
You sound like I'm giving you a pony.
She wants to be able to beat up that guy who took her food,
Elf said.
She was drawing pictures of him in snot on the bench of that first class.
Joe's face twisted.
Snot? Mag, that's disgusting.
The aliens wouldn't let me take my crayons.
Maggie pouted.
Well, you've got markers now. You can use those.
I can?
She cried in enthusiastic glee.
Where can I draw, Joe?
She bounced in her seat, face full of childish excitement. Joe thought about that. He didn't have any paper, and he doubted the Congies would be too impressed if he let her graffiti over her new white clothes. But now that the idea was in her head, he had to find something to draw on, or that was just what she'd do.
You can draw on me,
he said.
On my arm. You can give me an anchor like Popeye.
Maggie's eyes widened, and she stood up to go. Joe laughed.
We can't do it right now, Mag. We have to finish our classes first.
And he had to find someplace safe to stash his knife. Chapter 8. Kegel's Prophecy. The next morning, Commander Kegel stormed into the chow hall during their meal. He looked furious. The 6 battle masters in charge stomped their feet in unison, and everyone rose at once to stand at attention behind their bowls. Kegel stood at the front of the room, scanning the faces quickly.
Prime Commander Legras just informed me that a spatial shift has occurred ahead of our pod. We will arrive in Kofat's system tomorrow, 2 weeks later than the rest of the regiment. Today's classes are on what to expect planetside. Understand?
As taught, the children shouted out,
Kahiura!
Good. There's a good chance we'll be inspected by representatives from Kalianut once we arrive. If we are, you treat them like the gods they are. You understand? They are so far above you that if you fart and they find the odor unpleasant, their dreet will skin you alive if they so much as wrinkle their noses.
Kegel scanned the kids' faces, and his sticky brown eyes settled on Joe. The little frills in the base of his neck started fluttering rapidly.
0! Get up here!
Gut sinking, Joe reluctantly trotted to stand before Kegel. He'd actually managed to go 2 days without getting pummeled, and the bruises were starting to heal.
What is that?
Kegel demanded.
What is what?
Recruit 0 does not understand the question. Ura!
Joe flushed.
I don't understand the question.
Kegel could have hit him, but he didn't. He pointed with a tentacle. Joe stared down at his bicep in confusion. Maggie's crude imitation of Popeye's anchor stood out in harsh black tones upon his pale skin, and he felt a sudden settling of dread in his gut.
Oh.
Well, 0,
Kegel demanded.
what is it?
A drawing?
Joe said warily.
Are you trying to say you defaced congressional property?
Knowing he was already in deep shit, Joe just straightened and got it over with.
Defaced? No, sir. That doesn't do it justice, sir. It took several hours to create this masterpiece.
And it had at that. Joe had fallen asleep while Maggie worked. He was lucky he hadn't woken up with a mustache. Behind him, he heard several children giggle, Maggie among them. Kegel did not hit him, as Joe had expected. Instead, he turned to Nebel.
Battlemaster, deal with them while I jettison this sootwad.
Joe had just enough time to see Battlemaster Nebel's face scrunch in a fearsome alien smile before Kegel's stinging python grip on his arm yanked him from the room. Joe tried to dig in his heels to slow him down, but the Ureki commander might as well have been a bulldozer for all the good it did him. He was beating at the stinging coils around his forearm in desperation, knowing he was about to become flash-frozen, bulging-eyed space debris, when Kegel shoved him inside a small room with a desk and a huge, round, scoop-shaped bed. It was more lavish than any other room Joe had seen, actually boasting 2 glowing pictures of Ureki on the walls. Obviously not an airlock. Kegel slapped his tentacles to the side of the door and it dripped shut. Then they were alone. Just Joe and Kegel. Commander Kegel turned from the door slowly, making Joe back up until his calves hit the hard, round bed.
What is it?
Kegel said, his pale brown eyes fixed on him in deadly seriousness.
What is what?
Joe asked, wondering if he could outmaneuver Kegel in the tiny room. Probably not. The Ureki's tentacles were at least 4 feet long when fully stretched. The room was only 12 by 12, giving Joe a 4-foot window. Fat chance of escape.
The drawing on your arm,
Kegel growled.
What is it?
You gave us markers, Joe retorted. You never told us not to.
Kegel lunged at him and within 2 startling seconds had a stinging grip around Joe's throat. The Ureki yanked him down until his unnaturally huge, sticky brown eyes were less than an inch from Joe's face.
Listen to me very carefully, human,
Kegel said, his voice low and deadly.
I do not care about why you drew it. I want to know what it means.
Choking, Joe managed.
It's an anchor.
Kegel released him and stepped back.
An anchor to what?
He insisted. Gasping, Joe collapsed to his knees, heaving in huge breaths of air.
It's from a cartoon. This guy wore it around, beating people up.
Kegel cocked his head, his eyes staying on Joe's arm.
So you believe you can act like this cartoon? Beat us up?
No,
Joe muttered. The truth of that had been made painfully clear the longer he stayed with his captors. Despite all the Hollywood movies about humanity kicking alien ass, Congress was just too big. Earth's independence, what so many phony movies celebrated when humans fought off their aggressors with projectiles and jets, wasn't going to happen. Not by force.
I don't.
Kegel brushed past him, leaving behind the pungent scent of oregano as he moved to a smooth spot in the wall and slapped his tentacle against it. The aliens, Joe had noted, had taken an extreme interest in a couple of Earth's spices and had begun wearing oils of oregano and rosemary as if it were some great honor. He had to snort, wondering if they knew they smelled like Sunday dinner. A round cubby opened, revealing several odd-shaped alien artifacts, none of which were the standard black. It stunned Joe to see color again for the first time since they'd lost their clothes. Kegel drew out a little yellow-green sphere, only 5 or 6 inches in diameter. He brought this over to Joe and shoved it at him.
Is it the same?
Joe was not about to touch what looked like a globular ball of snot.
What?
The picture! I can't read human script. Perhaps there is a detail I missed.
Reluctantly, Joe took the greenish sphere and immediately lost all interest in dropping it. It was wet and spongy, but when he peered into the gelatinous core, he saw a black-lined image floating in its center on a sheer white background. It looked exactly like the rough anchor Maggie had drawn on Joe's arm.
Where did you get this?
Is it the same?
Kegel snapped. Joe peered at it, then examined the lines on his arm. They were exactly the same, right down to the stray line Maggie had accidentally drawn when he shifted in his sleep.
Yeah,
he said, his skin puckering with goosebumps. It's the same.
Exactly?
Kegel insisted.
Yeah,
Joe said, getting nervous. Kegel let out a sudden breath through the flaps in the side of his neck, looking like he had been punched. For a long moment, the Ureki just stared at the snot ball. Then, slowly, he lifted his sticky brown eyes to Joe's face. In that moment, Joe got the distinct feeling that Kegel was thinking about killing him. Nervous, he took a step backwards, lowering the ball to his side. His movement seemed to snap Kegel out of his reverie because, seeing Joe step away with his precious snot glob in hand, his eyes hardened. He stepped forward and wrenched the spongy ball from Joe's grip and shoved it back into his cubby. Then, without another word, he went to the door to the hall and opened it. The incident apparently forgotten.
Return to your platoon, recruit.
What was that thing?
It's my concern, not yours, human.
Joe didn't move. The door dripped shut again as they stood there. When Joe made no motion to obey, Kegel scowled.
It's something that was given to me when I was a battle master.
By who? Joe asked. From what he knew of the alien ranking system, Battlemaster had been a long time ago for Kegel.
By a damn Trith, that's who.
Kegel cursed. The way he said it, that was supposed to mean something. Joe, however, had no idea what a Trith was. It certainly hadn't been mentioned in any of Linen's species recognition classes. So, what's it mean?
It means my destruction.
Kegel slapped the wall again and the door opened.
Now get out.
Joe's goosebumps returned, that weird nightmare that you can't stop feeling coming back in force. What do you mean, your destruction? Kegel narrowed his slitted brown eyes.
If I had wanted to tell you the intimate secrets of my life, human, I would have done so. Now return to your platoon.
Joe stayed well out of reach, making no attempt to leave. It's not fair for you to just whip that thing out, ask me about it, tell me it means your destruction, then expect me to go. Kegel slapped the door shut again, the tiny frills in his neck fluttering rapidly.
You have no idea what fair is, Zero.
They stood facing one another in silence a moment before Joe tentatively said, "What did that picture mean? Come on, man. I'm the one with it on my damn arm." For a long moment, Joe thought Kegel was going to pummel him. He was actually surprised when Kegel finally decided to answer him.
It means the termination of my soul. The knowledge that I'll never walk the halls of Poen with my ancestors, adding my wisdom to that of every Ureki that has come before me. It means I will cease to exist, and can't stop it because the choice has been made.
The termination of your soul? Kegel looked like he wasn't going to respond, but then touched the baggy black Kongi uniform covering his torso.
Our souls live here, within our Ure. If the Ure is destroyed before it can be taken to a temple, the soul that lives inside it is released, its spiritual essence dissolving into the world around it. It is why we ban fire on all of our planets. It is one of the only things that can destroy our Ure and the souls inside it.
Is that what that little round thing was you showed me? Joe asked, feeling a moment of awe. An Ure? Kegel's chest erupted in a frog-like croaking sound.
No, you Ferg. That was a mental image recorder. The Ure are tiny spheres we Ureki develop as we grow and live. They fit in your fist. On rare occasions they are bigger, if the bearer had a particularly long and emotional life. They are different colors according to the spiritual state of the Ureki who developed them. Mine, for instance, will probably be a dull brown or gray due to all the horrible things I've done in my life. A priest's Ure will glow a golden yellow or white. The priesthood on Poen collects them all and puts them in hallowed sites in the temple so that people may visit their ancestors.
Is this some technological thing? You record your lives?
No! Ureki had Ure back when we wandered beneath the furly canopies, living in the dark, hunting Drak with poisons. The temples on Poen still have many souls from that time, though visitors seeking them out have to spend days to find one, and when they do, they need a priest to translate. There's nothing technological about it.
Joe squinted at him. Are you telling me you've got dead people wandering around on your home planet? Zombies or something?
Ghosts. Billions and billions of ghosts.
Joe stared at the Ureki, not quite sure Kegel wasn't utterly pulling his leg. After becoming Trill's scapegoat on everything from dirty floors to kids peeing themselves, Joe somewhat prided himself on being able to more or less judge an Ureki's mental state based on its scrunched brown face. And Kegel looked utterly sober.
And you've seen them? Ghosts?
Kakai. I make a pilgrimage to Pon after every war.
Joe didn't know what to say. Kegel sounded serious and afraid. Tentatively, he moved closer and touched Kegel's arm. The Ureki stiffened. Joe quickly withdrew his hand, realizing he had no idea what kind of alien etiquette he had just broken. He eyed Kegel's python tentacles, knowing the alien could strangle him with ease. Clearing his throat, Joe motioned at Maggie's drawing.
It doesn't mean anything. It's just some 5-year-old scribble.
Kegel's eyes grew sharp.
Which 5-year-old?
The picture is just a bunch of lines. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a doodle.
You saw the picture I showed you, Zero. It was given to me by a Trith. Of all the species in the universe, the Trith are the only ones that haven't been swallowed by Congress. Do you know why?
Joe shook his head, confused. Until now, he'd never heard of a species to avoid Congress. Everyone had acted like it wasn't possible.
The Trith have avoided Congress because the Trith see the future. Every congressional attack, every strategy Congress used against them, they thwarted it so thoroughly that Congress gave up after only 3 attempts. 3!
They see the future? Seriously? The whole race?
Every single Trith can see every single detail of every moment from now until infinity, and a Trith told me that picture represents the destruction of my Ure.
Joe's lips formed an O.
So now you see.
Kegel's eyes shifted to Joe's arm.
I think psychics are full of crap. There was one we went to at the fair. She sucked.
Kegel's neck slits began fluttering with irritation.
I told you about the Trith.
I know, but why would he warn you unless he thought you could change it?
Kegel stared at him. The fleshy Suda in the side of the Ureki's neck fluttered almost to a stop.
Why tell someone what's going to destroy them unless they can do something about it? If he really sees the future, he had to know you were going to try and avoid it.
You realize you are advising me to kill you, don't you, Zero?
Joe swallowed. Quickly, he went on.
I'm just saying, a lot of it's up to interpretation. I mean, shoot, we've got psychics on Earth that gaze into a crystal ball and tell your future. I had one tell me I'd end up living in a cave with a bunch of naked people who could slay dragons. She was supposed to be really good, a genuine psychic.
Kegel scoffed.
Anyway, I didn't take it to heart. And look, here I am. It wasn't a cave with naked people. It was a ship full of aliens with a bunch of little kids. Maybe she told me it would be naked people because kids are innocent and don't carry all of the burdens of adults. So maybe instead of destroying your soul, the Trith was telling you something's about to happen that's going to be really emotional. Earth-shattering. Like you lose your mom or something.
Kegel stared at him so long, Joe flushed and started to fidget.
Even if I cared about my mother, a Trith is not going to leave its planet and track me down to a soot-bag bar out near the line just to tell me she's going to die.
He had a point. Kegel slapped the wall again, once more allowing the door to drip open beside him.
Go find Nebel. Let me deal with this in peace.
Joe didn't want to go. He wanted to dig that little snot ball back out of the closet and get a really good look. It had to be some sort of mistake. Didn't it? But then he caught the utterly serious, utterly creepy look Kegel was giving him. In that moment, Joe realized, again, that he was just an alien to this creature. An extra recruit. A cull. Joe quickly backed to the door and left. Chapter 9. Kofat.
Kofat is an Oreki home planet. The air is low oxygen and high in organic content, so you humans will have to struggle a bit to breathe. That's what Ureki Suda are for.
Small Commander Lennon touched the little frills running down either side of his neck.
Today's class will consist of Ureki anatomy, customs, and planets. Feel free to ask questions because as soon as you step off of this ship, your training focus will become tunnel assaults.
Joe's heart spasmed.
Tunnel assaults?
Ignoring him, Commander Lennon and the Battlemasters passed among the children, allowing them to examine them up close for the first time. Continuing his lesson, he said,
Aside from the Dasha and the Ueshi, Ureki have the most planets in Congress. 3,023 full members, 659 more applicants, all terraformed. We outnumber humans 10,000 to 1. Only the Ueshi are a more populous species.
These are your fingers?
Maggie asked, tugging on the 4 little extensions of Lennon's muscular arm, careful to avoid the prickly, stinging growths on the bottom.
Why are they so soft?
They don't have bones, Mag,
Joe replied.
We don't have bones,
Lennon said, casting Joe a glance.
but we do have special fibers we can stimulate into rigidity with electrical impulses. That is how I am standing here in front of you instead of pooling at your feet.
I heard you guys came to Earth a long time ago and evolved into apes.
Joe glanced at the kid who had spoken, wondering if he was an idiot. The Ureki's slitted pupils narrowed.
Whoever told you that was wrong.
My dad told me that.
The boy said defiantly.
Yep,
Joe thought.
definitely an idiot.
Feel his arm.
Maggie said.
He doesn't have any hair, stupid.
Hair is a primitive trait.
The Ureki agreed.
More advanced species simply evolve ways to prevent evaporation and stave off freezing. Hair is not very effective, since only minor fluctuations in temperature can cause catastrophic damage.
What are these?
Scott asked, touching the frills on the Ureki's neck. The Ureki jerked back.
Never touch those! Suda are an Ureki's air supply. Many of my comrades would kill you for touching their Suda.
Battlemaster Nebel grunted his agreement.
So you've got gills?
A girl said. The Ureki stiffened.
No, they are not gills.
They sure look like gills,
Joe said.
Hey, they even got the little red thingies.
He pointed. Scott added,
You know, on our planet, it's the fish that are the primitive ones.
The Ureki scowled at Scott for so long that kids started to back away from him nervously.
This lesson is over.
Small Commander Lennon barked.
Return to your rooms until your next class is ready for you.
Then Lennon turned and marched away, leaving the Battlemasters to take charge.
High five,
Joe said, grinning.
That was kick-ass.
Scott met his hand loudly, his impish face dimpling. Then they caught Nebel watching them with acute interest, and their chuckles died in their chests. Scott cleared his throat and began to inspect the glossy black floor.
4th platoon, form up,
Nebel said, still watching Joe.
Ground leaders, march your teams to the chow hall.
Joe could still feel Nebel's gaze itching at his shoulder blades long after they were out of sight. Joe was running one of the numerous errands Trill had found for him that evening, errands that just happened to cut into his sleep time, when an Ureki tentacle touched his shoulder. Joe spun. Battlemaster Nebel stood watching him, in one of his silent moods.
Okay, Ura?
Joe asked nervously. The last thing he wanted tonight was to go back to his ground team a mass of bruises so he couldn't get comfortable in the last hours he had to sleep before they docked at Kofat the next morning.
A battlemaster is never called Ura, Zero. Call us Hit or Roka, but never that. Ura means souled one. Do you know why, Zero?
Joe found the conversation odd, especially since Battlemaster Nebel had rarely spoken more than 2 words at a time to him without cuffing him along with it.
No. Why?
Battlemaster is Ink Janii in my language, which means evildoer. Ureki had given up war by the time the fire gods went to the Dreet and helped form Congress. War,
Battlemaster Nebel said softly.
is evil, And since battle masters are the ones who lead others into war, we are evildoers, soulless. Thus you cannot call us Ura. It is an insult. Every battle master since the very first draft has refused to allow themselves to be called Ura, because we know we are betraying our own nature in doing what we do.
Then Nebel lapsed back into silence, still watching him. Joe fidgeted under the stare. He vaguely remembered Commander Trill saying something similar, but before this, he had never been called on it. Sorry. The silence stretched on, grating on his nerves. But Joe knew better than to move.
Why are you out of your room, Zero?
Battlemaster Nebel finally said. Joe held up the parcel Trill had given him. Commander Trill wants this delivered to Commander Lennon. The parcel appeared to be a perfect globe of rock with one flattened side. Joe still hadn't found a way to open it. He said it was really important, Joe added, hoping Nebel would take a hint. Battlemaster Nebel snorted.
That's a paperweight. Trill bought it on Earth.
Joe stared down at the thing in his hand. The bastard was keeping him awake. Just because. Then, furious, he lobbed it against the wall. It hit hard, but did not give him the satisfaction of shattering. Battlemaster Nebel made a frog-like chuckle and picked it up.
You'll still have to deliver it, since I'm sure he'll ask Lennon about it in the morning. But first I have something important to ask you.
More important than sleep? Joe wondered, perturbed. He took the paperweight back from Nebel and scowled at it. Why does he hate me so much? He said it to himself, so he was surprised when Nebel answered him.
Each new recruit cycle, someone is chosen to dispose of the culls. It's a hard task, and nobody wants to do it. This last cycle, it was Trill. It was his first time, and you made it very difficult for him.
Joe digested that in silence.
This morning, Kegel took you from the cafeteria.
Nebel went on after a moment. His words were startlingly tentative.
What did he say to you?
Joe's eyes lifted from the paperweight. Battlemaster Nebel was watching him too closely. Joe opened his mouth to lie.
Don't,
Battlemaster Nebel said with an Ureki sigh.
I ask out of curiosity, not spite. If you'd rather lie, I'll go.
Joe scanned Nebel's face. Despite ruling his recruits with an iron fist, tossing Joe around whenever he didn't move fast enough, the alien now somehow felt trustworthy. When he didn't answer immediately, Nebel turned to go.
He didn't like the drawing,
Joe said to his battlemaster's back. Slowly, Nebel stopped and turned, his eyes dropping to the skin of Joe's bicep, where the image was mostly gone. Commander Trill had forced him to stand in the noxious baths and scrub it until it was raw and bleeding.
Did he say why?
Nebel asked, almost softly.
He's seen something like it before,
Joe hedged.
Ah.
Battlemaster Nebel ran his snake-like fingers along the wall.
Was it the one the Trith had given him?
Joe stared at him, stunned and wary. Battlemaster Nebel's fingers stopped moving and he looked at Joe, saying nothing for a long time. Then, softly, he said,
Then he made his choice. I wonder if you're worth it.
Without saying a word, he bent and touched the bluish ring around Joe's ankle. When Nebel squeezed, there was a click, and the anklet fell into two halves, clinking metallically upon the glossy black floor.
I didn't see the catch,
Joe said, feeling stupid. Battlemaster Nebel picked up the pieces and tucked them into a pocket of his Kongi robe-like uniform.
You can't. It is on a different light spectrum. One human eyes cannot register. All the controls on the ship are.
At that, he left Joe standing in the hall, staring after him dumbly.
Come on, Joe, please! I'll pay you back.
With what money?
She's only gonna be at the fair another day. Kyle went last night, and he said she gave him the creeps.
Why do you want to go see someone who gives you the creeps? I'd rather spend the $50 on a ride.
You don't have to get yours done. Just me. That's only $25. I can get you that back in a week.
Man, stop bugging me. I want to see the knife shop. Dad's been wanting a Leatherman for Christmas.
Mom said to let me do what I wanted. It's for my birthday.
Your birthday was 2 weeks ago.
Please.
Fine. But don't expect to get your money back when she turns out to be a hack.
Thank you, Joe. I won't. She won't be a hack. I promise.
Whatever. Can I go in with you?
Why?
So I can make sure she doesn't boil your bones and feed them to the ogre she keeps in her closet? What do you think?
Think she'd let us?
It's not like it's a goddamn doctor's office. I'm your brother. She'd better let me stay.
Okay, you pay her. She won't kick you out if you're the one who gives her the money. Look, that guy just came out. She's open. Let's go.
Calm down. Sheesh. Let go of my arm. I can get through the door by myself. Little shit. Hey, lady. You mind if I hang around while my brother gets his reading?
Does he want you to hear it?
He does if he wants $25.
Very well. Sit down in front of me, Sam.
You hear that? She knew my name.
It's on your t-shirt, dumbass.
Oh, Joe, you're going to have to be silent if you wish to remain.
Okay.
Sam, give me your hands, palms facing up. There. Now hold still while I peer into my crystal ball to...
I will not say it again, Joe. Be silent or leave.
I was only coughing.
Shut up, Joe! Let her concentrate.
Yeah, whatever.
The crystal shows me you enjoy music.
I play the violin.
Yes. Practice. You will make a lot of people happy with that someday.
Really? That's great. Dad says I have to be an accountant because I'm good with numbers.
You will not be an accountant. You will be a thief and a gang leader. Now about this girl.
Wow. Lady, isn't that, like, illegal to tell a little kid?
Ignore Joe. Focus on the girl.
Rosie?
That's the one. You have to stop letting her bully you. She's not your friend, Sam. She's only a selfish little girl who is growing up in her mother's footsteps. Your lunch is for you, not her. Stand up for yourself at recess. Don't follow her around. Play with Wally instead.
Okay.
What would you like to know?
Is Wally my soulmate? Mom says everybody's got a soulmate, and it doesn't have to be a girl. I don't want a girl for a soulmate. They're all stupid and play with dolls.
Your soulmate's name is Layla. You will ensnare her with a pack of gum, then drag her home by her hair, much to your chagrin.
Okay, but when? Like 6th grade?
You will meet her in your attempt to take over the world, and once you find her, you will stop at nothing to obtain her.
I don't want to take over the world.
Yes, you do. Deep down, you do.
Hey, lady, that's really creepy, okay?
Shut up, Joe! So how do I take over the world? Wally says we need to make mind control candy.
Best case scenario? You'll steal money from banks and large corporations, then dose yourself with experimental drugs that render you impotent because you're bored.
Oh. Then will I at least get Starflight Jupiter for Christmas?
Your mother doesn't like video games.
I know, but Wally's parents let him play.
Don't worry about that. You'll get something nice for Christmas.
You're not going to tell me what?
And ruin the surprise? No, child. Ask me something else.
This isn't very much fun. Kyle said it would be fun.
The future's not always fun.
Well, what about my dog? He's been sick. He ate some turkey bones at Thanksgiving.
The bones punctured his intestines. Your dog is going to die in a week.
Die? But we took him to the doctor.
The doctor didn't catch it in time. I'm sorry, Sam.
You're a liar. Come on, Joe. I don't want to be here anymore. Let's go.
Sure thing. See you, lady.
Goodbye, Joe.
Come on, Joe. I want to go home and see Max. That stupid psychic was wrong. He's not going to die. Why did you stop? I want to go home.
You go ahead. I'm gonna see if I can get your money back.
I don't care about the money. I just want to go home.
Just stay here. I'll be right back.
Joe!
Stop whining. We did something you wanted to do. Now just hold on to your horses for one damn minute and let me see if I can get you a refund for that bullshit, okay?
All right.
Good. Stay here.
Welcome back, Joe.
Hey, I want a refund. You really upset my brother. That's really crappy, scaring a little kid.
What does the sign read above the door?
Don't ask unless you seek the answer. That Buddhist or something?
It's a warning.
Huh. Yeah, well, I guess I can't get a refund?
No.
Okay. I'll be seeing you. I just want to know one thing before I go. How'd you know my name? You hear Sam say it outside the tent or something?
I knew it the same way. I know your mother's name is Alice, and your father's name is Harold.
Huh. You think I could get the rest of the 30 minutes worth? I mean, Sam isn't going to use it.
If you wish.
Cool.
Sit across from me and put your hands on either side of the crystal ball, palms up.
You really need to do that? I mean, it looks really stupid.
I certainly don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. Just get comfortable a moment. Ah, my. You're a difficult one to read. Most couldn't even do it.
Let me guess. The image isn't quite clear and you need another $5 to solidify the picture.
Oh, no, it's clear. For now. I said most couldn't do it. Let's see here. I'm going to go into a slight trance, and I want you to remain still, all right?
Yeah, okay.
While on Kofat, you will enter Congress into a new age.
Wait, what?
Shh, be silent and listen. You will make friends with a white assassin, and at his command, a Trith heir shall remove your still beating heart from your chest and deliver it to strangers.
Lady, you're really creeping me out.
This is important. Shh. It has 4 parts, and you'll only ever hear this once, for no one else will be able to see through your vortex once it starts. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. After a battle the likes of which the universe has never seen, you shall have the cosmos' greatest mind helpless under your boot, and your mercy shall unmake him.
Okay. How about we go back to talking about turkey bones? Seriously, are you on crack?
And while you shall die in a cave, shamed and surrounded by dragons slaying innocents, your deeds will crush the unbreakable, and your name will never be forgotten.
That's nice. You said Sam had a soulmate. What about me? I'm having a real hard time finding a girlfriend. Dude, why are you sighing? That's a legitimate question, okay? That crap about Sam being a gang leader and me being in Congress is stupid. I hate politics. And Sam's too smart to be in a gang.
You will have a soulmate.
Really? What's her name?
She doesn't have a name.
Okay. Where's she live?
She hasn't been born yet.
Look, if you're just fooling around, I'm gonna leave.
Go ahead. You already paid.
Yeah. Well, shit. Okay. So I've got this thing.
It's called claustrophobia.
Yeah, that. It makes it a little hard to get in a car, you know? Dad says I'll get over it, but I don't really see how. Like, it's still just as bad as it was when I was little. I see blood, you know? Covering everything. I get in a tight space and I see blood everywhere. You think I'll get over it?
Of course. After you spend a few hundred hours screaming. I take your silence to mean you have no other questions.
That's really not cool.
You asked.
I'm really afraid of tunnels, lady.
Of course you are. You're going to die in one. Out of questions, then.
What am I going to do for a living?
You're going to invade enemy planets.
Dude, I'm not 5, okay? What the hell kind of reading is this, anyway? We haven't even been out of our solar system. How the hell are we going to invade other planets?
You'll find out soon enough.
You're one hell of a psychic, lady. You take classes on being a pain in the ass?
I went to Harvard, if you must know.
What'd you do? Cheat on the tests?
I advise you to use the remaining time to focus on your own future.
All right. After I'm done invading enemy planets, what's going to happen to me?
I told you. You're going to end up disgraced and impoverished, living in a cave with a group of naked innocents who can slay dragons, telling bedtime stories to little girls who make delicious cookies out of dirt.
Okay, that's it. I've had enough. I think your drugs wore off, lady. Keep the money. You'll need it in the nut house. I hear if you're really good, you can bribe the guards to let you play with crayons.
Enjoying your monthly visits to your Aunt Caroline, Joe?
Shut up. How'd you know that? Did Sam's stupid friend set us up? You know what? How about I go tell the fair manager that you're all drugged up? Won't that be funny?
Tell Max he's a good dog for me.
Screw you, lady.
Joe?
I said screw you, lady. Joe! Bugger off!
Stop swearing. You want Maggie to learn to cuss? You stupid head.
Joe sat up. The entire room was lit in shades of scarlet. He stared at Libby, wide-eyed.
The dog died.
What?
The dog died. A week later, just like she said.
You're really creeping us out. What dog? There aren't any dogs here.
And she was right. There was nothing but a domed black room with a hazy red light and a few scared little kids wrapped in metallic blankets. Scott was holding Maggie, who was watching him with wide, teary eyes.
Sorry,
Joe muttered.
What was that all about, Joe?
Nothing. Bad dream.
The next morning, Battlemaster Nebel woke them early. As soon as Joe opened his eyes, he realized that the silence of the ship had been replaced by a deep humming that seemed to reverberate through everything around him.
Get up!
Battlemaster Nebel shouted.
Collect your things and line up in the gymnasium. We're docking at Kofat.
Then he was gone, opening a door farther down the hall to wake its occupants.
I can't carry all this.
Elf whined, tugging on his 60 pounds of gear.
I can.
Monk said, sticking out her tongue. With Scott's help, she shrugged herself into the shoulder straps of the pack, but within moments she had succumbed to the gear and was squatting on the floor, panting. Joe watched her, worried.
Scott, can you carry yours?
Yep.
Scott threw his rifle over his shoulder, only staggering a little as it settled atop the back of his pack.
What about you, Libby?
Libby, who was bigger than Elf, managed to get the pack over her shoulders by herself, but despite the determined look on her face, couldn't lift her gun along with it. She refused to let Joe have it, though, and held it by the shoulder strap to drag it.
All right,
Joe said, glancing at Maggie. She was 4 or 5 inches taller than she had been when she left Earth, but she was still tiny.
I'll carry Mag's stuff. Scott, Libby, you think you can help Elf and Monk? We only have to get to the gymnasium.
Libby gave Elf's pack a doubtful look, but shrugged. She and Scott began unloading pieces from the younger two's gear and stuffing it into their own packs while Monk and Elf watched. That left Joe 150 pounds between his gun, Maggie's gun, Elf's gun, and 2 packs. He pulled a large piece of equipment, some kind of a camp stove, he was told, sans fuel, from his pack and gave it to Maggie to carry, lightening his load by 6 or 7 pounds. Still, he staggered when he got to his feet.
Ready?
He managed. Libby and Scott were likewise weighed down, Scott carrying 2 rifles himself, and Elf and Monk looked even worse.
Let's hurry,
Joe said.
Mag, lead the way. Make it fast.
Maggie, her eyes wide, rushed out the door, clutching the piece of gear to her chest. She led them to the gymnasium, where they gratefully dumped their equipment on the floor and lined up by group, waiting for Commander Kegel. Those battle masters who had gotten them from their rooms stood encircling the walls, gripping huge rings set in the metal ribbing with their long, boneless fingers. They had been standing for almost 30 minutes when the continuous humming suddenly shut off. The silence felt ominous, and it was followed with a sudden jolt that threw the children off their feet. Several kids screamed, and even Joe wondered if the metal screeching was truly part of docking procedures or really some rogue asteroid tearing a hole in their hull. The Ureki, however, did not seem to think anything was amiss. They began bellowing orders, hitting those kids who were not moving fast enough.
Hurry and grab your stuff,
Joe said, helping Elf shrug back into his pack.
Looks like we're here.
The lines into the docking bay were endless. Like cattle going down a slaughter chute, Joe thought, looking over the untold thousands of bald, frightened kids in recruit white. Libby and Scott began to pant under their burdens, sweat trickling down their strained faces. The hall grew cramped and hot from all the bodies packed together, and tempers flared. Up ahead, 2 girls got into a shoving match, stopping up the meager flow of traffic completely. Eventually, the battle masters broke them up and shoved them back into the stream of kids to get the lines moving again. Following the flow, Joe and his groundmates filed out into an enormous, windowed room resembling an airport terminal. Beyond the windows above him, Joe saw space and moons and... His gut clenched when he realized he was standing on his head, the planet under him.
It's purple,
Libby whispered.
And it's big,
Scott said.
That's bigger than Earth, right, Joe?
Joe had no idea, and he said as much.
But they said we were weak because Earth's got weak gravity, Scott insisted. My science teacher told me that bigger planets have more gravity.
Oh, man, Joe groaned, taking another look at the purple planet.
Guys, we're not going to be able to carry this stuff.
I can carry it,
Maggie insisted.
You're barely carrying anything as it is,
Scott said, peering through the domed ceiling at their destination.
Man.
Even in the terminal, the going was slow. More kids spilled out of other doors on either side of theirs, and the terminal began to reek of sweat and fear. Alert Ureki battle masters guided them towards the shuttles, cuffing children who stepped into the wrong lines. As time went on, Joe watched the shuttles fill up and depart, dropping down into the purple swirls of atmosphere before returning for more. Then Battlemaster Nebel was harrying them onto a shuttle, a constant, nerve-wracking barrage of,
Keep moving! Find a row and sit down! Stop gaping and move, you slack-jawed tacky nitwits!
Once they secured their gear, they sat down on the benches, hands in their lap, as Battlemaster Nebel marched up and down the aisles, still shouting. When the deck was full, Nebel slammed the hatch shut and stood by the door, glaring at them.
What if I have to...
Maggie began.
Shh, Joe said, and sit up straight. Nebel's watching.
Maggie set her jaw into a pout, crossed her arms, and slouched. Sighing, Joe glanced out the window. Filling the glass was a bird's-eye view of the purple planet. Orangish clouds swirled above the purple haze like whipped cream atop hot chocolate in some brightly colored circus drink. Beneath that, he could just make out a deep, blood-red landscape that remained static under the roiling orange clouds. Joe got a sick feeling in his stomach as he looked down on the alien planet. Was that air even breathable? What if Congress had transported them all this way to die gasping on some freak purple planet? They were, after all, the first humans to make the journey. What if Sam was right? What if there was something in the air? It looked thick, almost like cloudy purple water. The shuttle left the dock with a jolt, knocking a few kids from their benches. The Ureki wandering the aisles found them quickly and shoved them back into their seats, shouting in their guttural, clicking language. Joe's eyes were fixed to the window as they descended through the orange clouds and into the purple haze. Far below, the red landscape began to break up into black, perfectly circular city blocks, with 6 black roads radiating outwards from each city like spokes from a wagon wheel, creating 6 triangles of wild red growth around each city's circle. The roads were perfectly straight, despite the enormous mountains and twisting purple rivers. The only development on the planet's surface was kept strictly inside the Black City rings. It was obvious to even an idiot that the whole planet had been planned, and the mastery the Ureki had over their people to create such perfect symmetry left Joe in awe. On Earth, the woods would have been pocked with foresters' camps or weekend vacationers or squatters. Instinctively, Joe knew that nobody on Earth had that much control over the people to keep them all neatly contained like that. It was more than a little frightening. One thing was for certain: if the Ureki were going for sheer psychological intimidation, the perfect spoke-like cities certainly did the trick. As they descended, the scarlet foliage reached up to greet them. The trees, if they could be called trees, as massive as they were, spread their limbs thousands of feet above the planet's surface. Their trunks were hundreds of feet in diameter, packed together like sardines. On the forest floor, mosses and shrubs the size of redwoods created a secondary mat of foliage that blotted out the light. As they lowered onto one of the landing pads on the outskirts of a city circle, Joe thought he saw one of the redwood-sized trees move, then snap back. He had just enough time to glimpse the enormous white guard towers posted every quarter mile around the city, with turrets facing outwards, before Nebel threw the door open and ordered them outside. The gravity on the ship suddenly increased, and Joe felt himself struggling to stay on his feet. Everything, even his organs, felt heavier, like someone had injected him with lead.
"Leave your gear,"
Nebel ordered.
"Tacky will bring it to you later."
Holding onto the chairs and walls for support, Joe and the others shuffled to the door of the shuttle. Immediately upon reaching the opening, Maggie wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth.
We'll be fine, Joe said. Just keep going, Mag. They wouldn't take us somewhere we couldn't breathe.
Still, at the first whiff of the putrid, almost rotten smell to the air, Joe held his breath and slapped his mouth against his sleeve. Despite the cloth protecting his face, when Joe breathed in, he gagged. The stench dribbled down into his chest and pooled there in disgusting rivulets. And the air. He began to feel lightheaded, the air thick in his lungs. It was almost like he was breathing water. Septic water.
I can't breathe,
Elf cried. He grabbed at his throat and made a rush to get back on the shuttle.
Stop!
Joe called, grabbing at him. Elf slipped past his grip and tried to shove his way back onto the ship, but Nebel slammed a meaty limb into his chest, throwing him back down the stairs. Elf collapsed on the top of the ramp, mouth wide and gasping. Joe could hear his hyperventilating from the base of the steps and could see his wide eyes as he stared at the enormous trees surrounding them and the purple sky beyond.
Elf, get down here! They're about to take off!
The Ureki were hurling their gear out the door like they weighed no more than lunch sacks. Guns, blankets, packs, all fell into the same tangled mess.
Elf!
Elf ignored him. His breathing became worse, a rattling, gasping wheeze.
He's hyperventilating.
Battlemaster Nebel emptied the last pack overboard and shouted at Elf to get off the stairs. When Elf ignored him, he made a disgusted sound and descended, leaving him there. The ship's engines began to hum. Joe took off at a jog up the stairs. Immediately, he regretted it. He was only halfway up when he fell to his knees, his head swimming, his chest burning for air.
The sudden jump in heart rate made his lungs reflexively drag huge breaths of the putrid atmosphere into his chest, yet even so, he wasn't getting enough air. He felt himself sucking in the foul stuff faster and faster, his body panicking as it was denied the oxygen it needed. Joe forced himself to slow his breathing, pouring every ounce of willpower into striking a balance between the dizziness and the sick burning in his chest. He felt himself sucking in the putrid air, felt it coagulating in his lungs. Above him on the stairway, Elf was turning as purple as the sky.
Elf! Close your eyes! Count to 3 between each breath. You've got to slow down.
I can't breathe.
Elf sobbed. Snot was leaking from his nose, tears streaming from his bulging eyes. If anything, he breathed faster.
Yes, you can!
Joe snapped. He forced himself to stand.
Stop breathing so fast! You're gonna pass out!
Too late. Elf's eyes rolled into the back of his head, and his body went limp. Joe struggled the rest of the way up the stairs and grabbed Elf's arm. As he did, the shuttle began to rock and the engines started to hum, and it was all he could do to drag Elf off the ramp before the vessel took back to the sky. Gasping, Joe managed to drag Elf a few yards before his knees gave out underneath him and he collapsed to the ground. It was some sort of crushed black stone, like sparkling concrete, and it was all he could see through the band of red that was his narrowing vision.
The air is bad.
It was all he could think.
The air is bad. They've dumped us on a planet where the air is bad. They couldn't know how we'd handle it. We're the guinea pigs and the air is bad.
Joe felt his numb hands slide through glittering black stones. Behind him, the shuttle roared back into the sky. Joe could feel the thick sewage on his tongue, running down his throat, puddling in his lungs, and, despite the putridity of the air, he couldn't breathe it fast enough. His eyes were open and he couldn't see. He was staring at the ground between his numb hands, he knew, but he couldn't see. He couldn't breathe.
The air is bad.
Joe whimpered for his dad. His lungs kept sucking the rotten stuff into his chest. He knew he was dying. The hand that touched his shoulder was neither an Ureki's nor his dad's. It was cold and scaly, with hard, blunted claws. They dug into his skin, trying to pull him to his feet, but Joe couldn't move. Joe got a single glimpse of huge, pupilless sapphire eyes as a violet lizard began hefting him over its shoulder.
God, that's a tacky,
Joe thought, as his world narrowed. Immediately, he remembered the tacky tunnels that the Ureki kept talking about, and his heart began to slam in panic, hastening his descent into darkness.